out the gym.
DIY.
In your left corner, you got a gentleman named Screwface John, standing all of 9 foot and 11 inches tall.
About 6'2", 6'3" on a good day, yeah, man.
He just lying to the people. He got a reach of about 2 miles.
Hello, wingspan.
Screwface John is in the building, man. Hey, first and foremost, bro. Hey, man, don't be friendly waving the people. This is not what we here for. All right, I don't know why you added an S back to your name. I guess I got one on mine because we battling today for the S, the extra S. Anyways, I appreciate you joining me here today. How you doing, by the way?
I'm Gucci. I'm good, man. Fresh out the gym. You know what I mean? Decided to jump on here and talk about some lyricism, some raps, which is what I love doing. So,
yeah,
I'm for that.
So first and foremost, how has covering everything a year later? I know we us as content creators, we kind of plan this thing out, and then we have an idea of what it might look like. I knew back last year we were going to be doing 1 year reviews, but how has that been for you so far?
It's been crazy. Like just like reflecting. First of all, the year that flew by was both fast, but felt I don't know how to describe it. Okay, so the last year felt like it was 3 different years in one, if that makes sense. Like when I realized like all of this shit just happened in 1 year, I feel like that's a lot. Like we are in a completely different place as a culture than we were a year ago. Like, I mean, before the songs is what I mean. Like it was a completely different place. The conversations were completely different. The mood, the energy, the people that were being talked about was completely different. It's just like, it's surreal too. So just
different how? Because I got my vision of it, but how you feel like it's been different?
I feel like people don't I feel like people don't really, let me not just say blanket. Some people don't understand just how much it was different a year ago. And going back into those, like, even if we're just talking about the diss tracks, like, because I was reacting to them all when I was trying to do with hindsight. Right. And I mean, it colored the entire diss track almost in a whole different paint, like where certain things aged horribly, like some things aged almost prophetically. Yeah. Some things were, it was just like, and then I still just can't stress on how like a year ago before this battle, everything was different. Like things were just so different.
Yeah. And I guess my point of view, it seemed like there was less of an emphasis than it had ever been on the high arts of lyricism, of authentic songwriting, right? It doesn't like for it to last as long as it did, at least in mainstream rap, where the narrative was quantity over quality, where the narrative was like, as long as it's a vibe, it doesn't really matter what they're talking about. And I'm talking about little small, I guess, segments that existed in the space. It's so dope now to see people bringing certain names in a conversation, even when it's the stands debating, right? They're debating like, oh no, this wasn't this. Even coming back to what probably is the domino effect that started this debate. Maul saying something about somebody out rapping somebody, and I thought even if you can zoom out past that, it's still hilarious because you're like, we're talking about people out rapping people. And that's not something that was happening a year ago, unless you're in circles where it's rappers who congregate there, right?
It was a niche thing. It was like a more like underground thing. What I also said too is the way the culture moves, the way everything moves. And I don't just mean hip hop. I mean everything. Is it feels like what happens is one generation is born, right? They take on their music of their time, that's theirs. They take on everything of their time. And then that generation goes on to give birth to the next generation.
Mm-hmm.
And then what happens is that next generation completely rejects almost their parents' music. You know what I mean? Like, and it's just been and I feel like we would just watched one of those phase shifts where it was like what we were just in was like the peak of, man, I don't want to hear that shit. I don't want to hear you rapping that shit, man. What's gonna make us move? What's that, this, that, and the third? And it got to such a place that I think the bubble bursted, the bubble popped, and I think I don't know if it's like a.
Uh-oh, your mic went out, bro. Your mic went out. Yep. Try to mute it and mute it back. Unmute it. Yeah, I'm turning his mic up right now as we speak, but I gotta get him. Nah, you might have to hold on, let me remove you and I'm gonna have you come back. Let me see. Still. Yeah, you might have to log out and come back in. Yeah, just in case. I don't hear nothing. It's showing no love right now. Just like you at the end of your music video when it came to my name. It's showing no love right now. I can't hear nothing. Curtis is rigging this for the Kendrick side. What do you mean? I don't got to rig nothing. It's just, look, it's this man's audio setup. I ain't did nothing. I ain't never hog tie nobody. Yeah, log out and then come back in. And I should do it. I ain't never hog tie nobody. We ain't even get to the actual debate topics yet. So for those who are asking the question about what the hell are you guys even debating, we're getting to that. This is called the introduction. There's a transition. And then we're going to get into that. All right? But I need y'all to understand that no matter what the conversation is, that's my dog. Like, for real, that's my dog. And I even got the shirt on. Okay, now we should be good.
You hear me?
See, they trying to say I rigged the game. I can't fake influence. I ain't never hog tie nobody.
I never hog tie nobody.
I ain't never hog tie nobody. They still trying to figure out why the hell we debate anything at all. Because we love lyricism, we love songwriting, we love all of this. We finna get real stingy with this conversation. I'm not finna let this conversation go, and I don't think it needs my help or your help. I think that we are helping it, but I don't think it needs it. I think we're just in that next era that you said, the next phase where we could have healthy debates about things like whether or not Drake exhibited any kind of lyrical skill in this battle versus Kendrick Lamar. You know, look, I made a video after Maul said, Drake out-rapped Kendrick. I mean, this is a known fact. When he said that, I said, I'm going to do what I feel like only a few folks in this space can do. You one of those, of course.
Appreciate it.
Break down the bars. Because you actually have written, you've battle rap, you've done this at a high level. You continue to do this at a high level. You even emphasize something I emphasize on my platform. I'm not a YouTuber that rap. I ain't never hog tie nobody. I am an MC. I am a rapper who just so happens to have a YouTube. There's a difference. Slow it down. Some of these niggas got you hog tied to believe that they, anyways, but yes, you emphasize that. Somebody send me a text. Did you hog tie some? Look, so I made a video, right? Jamila, don't you call me Curtis Hog Tie King. That is sickening. I made a video where I was reacting to that whole thing and I started breaking it down bar by bar. And here's my point of view, because I want to get your initial point of view as well. When I read through the actual writing itself and I started to see what things were technically being used within Drake's verse, I saw very little effort, in my opinion, to get into the complexities of how this could be. And I have my theories about why that is. You have your theories, but here's the thing that I think is the most interesting thing at all. You're not the only person that said that, right? We even had some more of our peers. I think even Jalopy might even made an argument on something like that. I'm not sure. But like, you can't judge it just by the end rhymes. You can't do. That's not what I did. What I was saying is that the end rhymes to me appear to be a crutch, appear to be a technique that allows you to seamlessly get through a verse, even if that means using certain end rhymes, even if that means you have to use certain end rhymes in order to create filler lines. Some of the lines lack potency because of that particular approach. Now, does every artist use that? Every lyricist? Yes, absolutely. When they shoot in the mid-range as punch lined up. But that's my point of view on it, is that I feel like that technique is lazy. I've seen people who made an entire career off of that, an entire era off of that. And I see the ease that it is to approach things that way. Now, there's other skills that go into it, from the double time flow, from the tonality in the voice, the keys that are being used, the instrumentals. Okay. But I saw that, and as somebody who writes, I happen to look at that and say, that's lazy. That's my point of view. You give me yours.
Well, to me, it's hard to speak on his effort just because I wasn't there and I don't know exactly what he was doing or how much effort he put into it. But to me, it's not. I guess the way that what I was saying on my stream too is that, to me, I said to me like 3 times, if you're looking at what makes something like dope or makes somebody going off or something, it boils down to, was the thing that they did just clever? Was the thing that I just heard clever? The reason why, metaphors are dope is because they're clever. That's why what makes a dope one from a non-dope one. It's just an easier way to say it. And I just feel like where Drake's rhyme technique on certain parts may be a bit more, I don't even like calling it like basic or stuff. It's a bit more like a normal, like just bass rapping, where you're not doing the extras, where you're not doing like the super entendres, the internal rapping. You're just kind of getting through regular rhyming, like when you need to read rhyming. So it's like, but still, though, there was very clever things in what he was saying. And to me, it wasn't that who won. This isn't the argument of that, because Kendrick won.
Yeah, let's be clear. You've never strayed away from that.
Yeah, and it's not like an argument of who was rapping better. That's not the argument I'm making at all. My thing is, nobody was whack, and when even more basic or stuff like that. And when you start what we consider basic, right? When we start holding that as like a standard to other things, it starts falling apart a little bit. I feel like when you start thinking of other people who might be using that same style, but we love what they're saying and they are considered lyricists, even if it's not. Like that can happen a lot, like in battle rap, where there are certain people, like, let me think of somebody. There are certain people who they're not like doing what like a Daylight is doing, right? Like a Sue Surf's like a good example of this, but he does different shit too. But like where he's not as complex with the technicalities, but there's no way you're not going to tell me that he's not lyrical or what he's saying isn't dope, if that makes sense.
It's funny because you said Daylight, and I feel like when you're talking about different styles and different skill sets, I feel like that's what it was with him versus Rum Nitty, is that those were 2 different approaches towards winning a battle, right? One felt very nuanced and layered. One that it felt like Daylight knew people were going to come back to this battle and watch it and then catch things that they would not catch in a moment. And it seemed like Rum Nitty was like, no, we getting to that right here, right now. You're going to get this. You're going to get everything that I'm saying the first time I say it. And it was very straightforward punchlines, right? Like he didn't hold any punches. And for those of you coming in here talking about why are we still talking about this? First of all, stop clicking on it. if you think it might be about the thing you don't want to talk about. Second of all, I think you need to understand sometimes we're using this to have other conversations about lyricism, and this is the most enjoyable thing that this is probably one of this is the most enjoyable year we've had. We're literally talking about the craft. Like, sit down.
Daylight and Rum Nitty right now.
Come on. So my thing is this. And this is where, from a lyricist to another lyricist, I wonder, when you say that a Drake was exhibiting that in this battle, right? What would be an example of what you're talking about in terms of terms of him exhibiting a high level of?
Oh, okay, like different, not just like the single,
just a line or two, yeah.
Okay,
because I've seen clever, I've seen witty, and I'm with you. I think that he and his right. I think that he is always. I think that he is. I said him and his writers. I think that he has always found a way to get to clever, but clever is one weapon that you could have in your collection.
Mm-hmm. I think lines like "You better have some paperwork or that shit is fake. T can't be rapping about no ratting that we can't read." There's internal rhyming there too. That's not just single. Bang, bang, bang. He's with the rapping that you ratting. It's also when we're just talking about in the terms of a battle I've seen that angle. That works. That works with what was said. And I think if we're just talking about technical ability, I think
just technical. We're just talking about technical ability. None of the gossip stuff.
Can't be rapping about the ratting that we can't read. I like that. I just went through this yesterday, and
it's okay, man. Hey, man, you're going through Drake lyrics looking for depth. Hey, we got all day. I'm getting my S back today, ladies and gentlemen. I'm getting my S back today.
Okay, when he said, well, not that nigga Free, I'm talking about that nigga Dave. Your man a little K, we call that shit a mini Drake. That's insane.
Okay.
That's an insane bar. Like, no matter who said that shit, that is crazy.
Now, what's the line one more time for those who missed it? Because you kind of mumbled
well, not that kind of Free. I'm talking about my nigga Dave. Your man a little K, we call that shit a mini Drake. Oh, fuck that shit.
Okay.
That shit is hard, nigga. But yeah, that's what but then like I also but one of my biggest problems with Drake was his most like hottest, complex, deepest shit was not for Kendrick. Huh?
Second verse of Family Matters.
Yes, right? And it wasn't for Kendrick. That's the problem. Now, if we're talking, that doesn't take away the technical ability of it. That's just what I'm saying. Like,
right.
Like I said in my live stream, it felt like that nigga literally, he really wanted to battle The Weeknd, is what it felt like. Because that motherfucker went. Because even the cadence where he goes, if Dre shooters doing TikToks, nigga, real shooters in your gang patch, peace, brother, y'all getting shit shot, nigga. That, even when he picked it up, it's not like sing-songy. It's more like, because the first half is more like kind of a little sing-songy. But like this one's more like, okay, now I'm gonna rap on this nigga. So, but that shit is dope to me. Y'all said when he said that, save it for the hip hop, nigga, don't blame me. Don't even blame me at home, dog. You a souvenir at the gift shop, nigga. That is with the nigga, he's doing the internal rhyming. And I hate when people be like, he's rhyming nigga with nigga. It's like, no, he's actually
stop throwing strays at me, because I said that for sure.
That's no. I swear to God, you said that.
I say this. This is my argument with that. Because I hear what you're saying is that there's other techniques that are being made, even the internal rhyming. I'm not saying he didn't do it at all. I'm saying in a head-to-head battle, your greatest punches in this ring, where we know you have an obvious competitor, you dedicated an entire first verse and two other songs. You know you have this competitor right in front of you. When he's throwing punches, he pit-patting. But then he went to his corner and seen somebody in the crowd and said, I do this and I do this to you. I do this. He threw his hardest punches and turned around and started pit-patting again. My thing is, that's where I have the confusion about this high-level art form. And maybe because I don't listen to a lot of Drake, I wonder, what is him at his max capacity? Because it feels like he's getting celebrated for things that are like entry-level skill sets.
Well, where I have to push back a little bit.
Okay.
I agree with everything you said, but that doesn't take away the lyrical ability of it. That's what we're just talking about. I 100% agree with. He started really getting technically better, started speeding up his cadence, started like rhyming more syllables when he was rapping, when he wasn't talking about Kendrick. That's the problem. But that wasn't what I was saying. The point is the technical ability did step up. I don't know if it felt like this nigga didn't really want to. He wasn't as mad as Kendrick as he was everybody else for some reason. But I like the that second, what's it called? That second beat was switch up, and that's when he really started rapping. And to me, it's not. I mean, there's a lot of verses that I could think of Drake's, but to me, it's not about getting praise for doing entry level stuff. It's that these guys are, at the end of the day, professional rappers, right? And like the problem with Drake is that until we find out there's a ghostwriter for this, but like until that, we're just talking about in real time. These guys are both professional rappers, right? And they rap professionally. So to me, it's like the same thing they say in battle rap. Just because you lose in a battle doesn't mean that you were whack. It just means that if you're outside enough, you can get your head bit off. It's the same thing with two NBA players playing against each other. So to say that somebody didn't have the technical efficiency, one person might have had more, but to say one person didn't is not true to me, because though Kendrick had more technical ability, there's a lot of parts where he's doing simpler rhyming, and we love
sure.
And it's still considered lyrical with what he's saying, but that's all I'm saying. I just don't like it when it becomes like a syllable counting contest almost, where it's like, hey, nigga, if we gonna do whoever has the more syllables was being lyrical.
That wasn't the argument that I was going for, and I think it got misconstrued because a lot of folks who don't write verses got in the middle of that conversation. Then they started going and they started pulling up Jada Kiss verses, and we're like, he used 2 syllables. 2 things I gotta know with that. One, you cannot pull in this technique from a song and say it serves the same purpose as a battle. If people are parading around and saying, oh, Drake out-barred, he out-rapped, not out-barred, because they say they think bars are something different. He out-rapped Kendrick. Well, this is your turn. This is your time to showcase how you are out-rapping. My argument was that I think that he uses a lot of crutches and a lot of, like, to me, entry-level techniques that you learn when you first come in. For instance, your ability to take 12 rhyming words that end with shun, T-I-O-N. Like that's, I remember the first time I wrote a verse like that, and I was like, damn, you see how long I kept that rhyme going for? Until I realized a lot of that shit be fluff and filler after a while, because now he got to say things like excavation. We was digging through the bones in the middle of that excavation. And I'm just like, did you really want to say that, or did you have to keep that going because you established this as the rhyming N-words on here?
Wait, hold on. So I have a couple things to say.
Yeah, for sure.
Just that one. Why you're gonna have to explain to me why you were digging through those bones for that during that excavation. I don't know exactly what bar you're talking about. Even if you were to
part 6, I'll pull it up.
Yeah, even if you were to just say that right now, why is that whack? I didn't even know that bar. If I heard you just say that, why they were looking for skeletons that he had, just like in an excavation when they're going to excavate bones out of a tomb or something like that. Why is that?
That's because you're a rapper, Screwface. I don't listen to him and hear rapper. First of all, that went out the door as soon as I heard ghostwriting. That's me. First of all, I'm just say that. Second of all, you're seeing the depth in that. I think this nigga is accidentally stumbling upon cleverness, because looking at this lawsuit, he don't seem too bright to me. I feel like when you have all of these rhyming words, you better become clever if you're going to find a way to rhyme the word excavation. And I feel like just the last thing I'll say.
My bad.
Last thing I'll say is I just think he looks at the words and he's like, digging for the bones and excavation. Yeah, that'll work. And it just creates all these feelings where I feel like even in the middle of a battle, I'll give you a prime example. When Cassidy first came in into his first battle after all of those years that he had been away, the biggest critique that I had, and I saw other people have, is that he created bars that could have been for anybody. They were way too broad. They didn't have a lot of weight to them because he wasn't speaking to that nigga. He wasn't speaking to the competitor. And I feel like there are lines that he is creating that is like, he is a slave to the end rhyme as opposed to telling a story, a cohesive story, verse to verse to verse. And that's where I'm looking at it. And I'm like, this.
What I would say to that though, is if we're just talking about the hard person, I don't even have that pulled up. I will look at it in a little bit, but I'm saying, I don't think that Drake doesn't create a story just because it's rhyming in shun. What I feel like is what we're doing with that, we could do with everybody. And it starts because it's kind of just like trivializing it for kind of like trivial things. Because it's like, what does it matter if it ends as shun? What is he saying? Is it dope? Like for me to go, no. That's like
no, I can't let you do that. I'm getting my S back there. I can't let you do that. I'm gonna let you cook. I'm sorry. I'm gonna let you cook. I'm sorry. I can't let you do that because this nigga's been using TION for the last 15 years. And he does this shit. And I think this shit is a security blanket. He like, oh shit, how can I make these niggas think I'm getting off without not actually doing the work? He put TION. And he keeps coming back to, he did it on the Fighting Irish freestyle. And then people, I just think that there's a certain technique that we're not hyper focused on those lines, and we're not trivializing those lines because they're in songs. It sounds so good to the ear, right? As a listener, it sounds so good to the ear. In the middle of a battle where every line is being dissected. He saw that in the first 2 songs he put out. I look at that and I'm like, why are we using like it's almost like his goal was trying to make something aesthetically pleasing rather than putting that pen to work. That's how I interpret it.
I guess I just interpret it different because even if we're just talking about that specific, they're digging for the bones in the excavation, I still don't think that's why. And I still think that is very to what is going on. It applies perfectly. I feel like with that shun thing, it is true. He does do that a lot. The problem is, because I could just be real, especially when it comes to just rapping, because I hate when people do this stuff. I feel like the reason people caught on to that is because people are, for rightful reasons, people are madder at Drake than they've ever been. So they're analyzing things in a way where now we know that Drake uses the shun a lot in a lot of his stuff. That, even if you just think of the concept of, the only way you should know that is by doing research. But why most people know that is because they saw somebody say that and then start realizing. So it's like, it feels a bit like if you stopped and studied other rappers,
right?
They have crutches also. We're just not literally listening to Drake and going, wait a minute, he's doing the shun a lot. I guarantee you that we can go through some of the greatest rappers that we've considered rappers and go through different crutches they have. I just feel like it's becoming a thing where, you know, for the better, for the worse too, because if people are saying we're tired of that, it's actually a good thing. Step it up. But I just think that the catching it and seeing that and using that as a bad thing against Drake is a new thing. That's why he's been doing it for so long and people aren't mad. And like you said, if it sounds good to the ear, right? And it's not like, because everybody is grading it like they care that much, and I don't believe they do. I'm not saying you, I'm saying like
right.
The conversation that's going around is like, man, I don't know if, because
where was your standards the last 15 years?
Yeah, and not just that, but it's like, this is crazy for me to say, and I understand why, because Drake, for my reason, I understand why I would do this, but I'm still not doing that because Drake betrayed like hip hop and battle rap, what I love. I get it. But I'll be honest, it starts to feel a little unfair because what this sparked off with was Maul saying Drake was lyrically better than Kendrick.
Or
what it's evolved into is Drake is whack. And I'm like, now we're doing when they do it, we call them like something else. Like that's like, no, Drake is not whack. Like Drake is, where it's Drake is not a whack. I still want to get to the part where you said that Drake doesn't like have narratives or tell stories with the way that's rapping, because I was just talking about Family Matters. But go ahead, say what you want to say.
No, I was going to say it wasn't so much as painting him as whack, right? Because you don't dominate the game as long as you do. You're not invited into as many errors as he is. He's not pushed and financed as much as he is if he is whack. The conversation became the bar has been set so low because he has been the name that has been at the top of the game. And I think that along with that came some side effects. And I've heard you say this, is some side effects of the listeners now having a very dull point of view of what lyricism actually is, or what out rapping somebody actually is. I genuinely feel still to this day that Maul heard him over the drill beat and said, oh, this nigga out rapped him, without listening to a singular bar. That's why I try to separate a little bit of myself from it, because I'm like, they're not talking about the technical abilities. These niggas wouldn't know an internal rhyme if it was in them. Like that's not what they pause. They don't know none of that. But what I'm saying is, I'm looking at this and I'm saying, this is less the doing of Drake and more the doing of his fan base that are trying to convince people who listen to somebody like a Kendrick. And we're like, when I have somebody in my playlist like Kendrick versus Larry June, I have very different expectations before jumping into that listening experience, right? Mm-hmm. I want to go and listen to Kendrick and be able to be like, damn, what was that? Rewind. I'm not rewinding a whole lot of shit with Larry June. It's not because he's whack. It's because it's a different experience. So when I think about a battle, I'll give you an example. To me, it's like when two battle rappers are going at it, and then one of them goes into like an 8-bar break off, and they imitate the style of the other one. See? I could do that shit too. And I just beat this nigga in round 2. Like, to me, it's that kind of energy. I'm looking at him and I'm like, he is getting celebrated. To me, Drake is Shaq. He's Shaq. He's Shaq. He been slamming. He been pushing him up. He been doing all of this shit, all the highlights. This nigga got the battle with Kendrick and shot a 3. And niggas is like, what we not gonna say is Drake don't got no range. It's like, no, this is not. I think people, not you in particular, but I think people are celebrating his techniques as if this is something that is high level. I think he dabbles into certain things and then he never commits to it. That's not his skill set. His skill set is slamming. I feel like Kendrick has the ability to hit that 3, hit that mid range. Oh, you doing these hit songs in here slamming? I can do that too. Pull back out. Let's go back, hit this 3. I just don't feel like he has that range. I think that he is a great actor. I think Drake is a great actor in every capacity of that word. That was kind of my argument, but he's not whack. I don't look at him and say he's whack. I say that the technique is very basic because the bar has been lowered so much.
Okay, I basically agree with most of that, and like what you just said, my point was he's not whack. That's the point that I'm saying. It's not anything else than that. But I also feel like he was rapping very well in this battle. It wasn't like a thing where I would say like somebody was coming whack in this battle, or if we're talking about specifically Maul, what basically my point is, when Maul said what he said about Drake out rapping Kendrick, right? He overshot his point because he was completely wrong.
I agree.
But I think what this degenerated to is there was a middle where people where we were right, and then it degenerated back to basically just what the opposite side of the coin of what Maul said. And then now people are like, oh, this nigga was being whack. And it's like, no, you can say that Kendrick out-rapped this nigga without going, this nigga was being whack or this nigga was being baked, because I just don't understand what. To me, it's like okay, to me, it's with what Drake does, it's more like, I'll use the basketball analogy you had. Mm-hmm. Some basketball players are more in the paint. Some basketball players got the mid-range. Some people got it all. Some people only dunk. Some people are great because they're passers. If we look at all the greats, they're great for different things. But for somebody to look at you and tell you that that person is basic because he can't do that or he does it less is, to me, is cool, I guess, that because that's always just going to be an opinion. It's nothing to argue, but I'm saying, like, to me, the reason why I disagree is because there's different ways to skin a cat, especially in a battle, and where he wasn't being as technically proficient all the time, which I could still show things where he was trying to get, and like I said, more of it was for the weekend and shit. He was getting more content off for you to understand what he was saying specifically. So I look at Hit 'Em Up, right? When I look at Hit 'Em Up is not the most lyrically complicated song out there. It's not the most technically lyrical song out there. To say that, and that's kind of hard to argue because Biggie didn't reply, but regardless if Biggie replied or not, for someone to go, well, he said this, he rhymed Hennessy with enemy and this, okay, that is bass or whack or something like that.
But we would never go to Tupac doing that. Like, Tupac reads, first of all, that experience that you get from Tupac to me is very similar to what you get from DMX. If you don't hear it, you don't get the full picture of what's being said there. Because if you just look at it just from the written words, there are a lot of lines that you look at and you say, this is very poetic. But because he had an abundance and a crazy quantity of music, he did repeat a lot of rhymes, right? So if we judge just upon that, it wouldn't be fair to what we're getting and what we're going to Pac for. And I say this as a Pac fan, right?
But that's the same thing as Drake, though. That's exactly what I'm saying about Drake.
But my thing is, if you're going to get yourself into a battle of this lyrical magnitude, you should probably showcase your lyrical capability. And what I'm saying is, he went to Old Faithful, especially Hard Part 6. It pissed me off when I started reading through that. I was like, Screw, if me and you making a song and a nigga put that third verse and he started doing that shit, I'm like, hey man, hey bro, we gotta talk about your boy. What is he doing?
yes and no to the when you're in the biggest battle, it's time to showcase your lyrical ability. That's not fully true, because when you're in the biggest battle for your career or your biggest battle in your life, and now it's do or die. You just need to win this. You need to win this battle. And I'm gonna tell you right now, if a nigga think the way to win a battle is to be more lyrical, just to out lyrical the nigga,
I hear you, but that's not what I'm saying.
No, I'm just saying. I'm not saying right. I'm saying anybody's like, if you think that you jump in a battle and you think you're gonna beat a nigga because you had more entendres,
that's not how it works.
Good luck, nigga. But that's my point, though. So it's like that's not how battles really work. And I feel like it's like that's not the point, right? Like the lines that we quote from Ether are not the technically proficient lines. No. Negro, please. You 36 in a karate class.
Yeah, Thai boho. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the reason we do it. That's the reason when it's time to battle, it's actually probably smarter to learn a better balance. So it's not time to start shooting over niggas' heads when you're battling over for your career, because you're gonna be over here being like, nigga, they gonna get this in 6 months, but you done died already. So in 6 months, it's not gonna matter. But that's what I'm saying. It's like, I guess I just look at it as different. Like if this was UFC, it's just different disciplines. And I feel like one discipline doesn't make another discipline whack. Basically.
No, I get you. I still think that old reliable tech. I said to myself when I heard Hard Part 6, I said, if ghostwriters were involved in this, them niggas left the room. They left the room. He got back. He was like, it's good to get the pen back working again. I know you getting the pen back working again, because this shit is
pull up the Hard Part 6.
Please pull that up, because to me it's the most exposed on that one. When I look at that shit, like Family Matters, he had to show improvement. My question is this, Screw, and we probably got the same question because we don't have any kind of insight. When was he gonna do the Drake thing? When did you get one chorus from him that was Drake alike?
He tried it with Family Matters, got his shit stepped on. That's what happened.
Like even like what he did with Meek. Where was that confidence that he had with Back to Back and Charged Up?
He tried it with Family. You gotta think, like, when we gotta go back to the like in real time, Because remember, think about a world where we don't know about Meet the Grams. Just go back to a world where we never know that's happening. Like the stepping on that was a historic moment. Like before that, we don't even think that that's gonna happen. So in Drake's eyes, that was his back-to-back. He thought, I'm about to drop this. Everybody's gonna be saying drop. That's gonna be hot. The radio gonna be playing it. Whatever he responds to, I'm gonna get him out of here. He dropped it. That's why he shot a video. He thought that shit was finna be the one. He dropped it, and then when that nuke dropped, that's why when you said going back to this, like in a year, I feel like people forget just how different shit was. In a world before Meet the Grams, we don't even think about, we think battle raps with rappers go, you drop a song, I drop a song. You drop a song, I wait for you, you drop a song. Can you just change the rule? So like before that world, we don't even have the information to know what that's like. So in Drake's head, he thought, what? Oh, this Family Matters. Ooh. And even what he was saying, not only did he step on it with time, like the timing, but what he was saying just made Family Matters null and void. It just made, because that's another thing I remember too, because I go, the reason why people are judging Family Matters in hindsight, right? If we go back to before Meet the Grams, right? Before he calls Adonis a black man, I hate how people are rewriting history. Before he calls Adonis a black man, that was a conversation on Twitter that Kendrick was trying to say that Drake
play colorism games and all that.
The color, that was a big conversation. That's why when he said that rebutted the entire shit. But I think people are judging Family Matters, which they should. But I'm saying if we're just judging it for what it was, you kind of have to judge it more before Meet the Grams drops, because that was just such a crazy rebuttal. It's like in battle rap where somebody will have a crazy first round, right? And you're like, oh my God, how this nigga gonna come back? And in the opening bar, somebody rebuttals his whole shit. And you just like, don't forget that he had a dope round, but like the rebuttal was still fire. It still changes stuff, but it doesn't make that verse whack. It's just like, yeah.
Right. So if and see, first of all, can we just round of applause for the 1,600 in here listening to us having conversations about the technicalities of lyricism? Can we just do that for hip hop one time? Protect hip hop culture. Merchandise on sale right now. I need y'all to know this is how healthy hip hop debates happen. I'm grateful that we're in a place. I love this shit, bro. This shit is like this.
Bro, let me say something. Bro, I keep saying this, but I gotta say this on public. Y'all don't realize how just like the Kendrick and Drake beef changed hip hop. It didn't just change hip hop, like it changed even like everything, the world. Like that YouTube is so much different now that like it's just so unapologetic. The hip hop side is just so unapologetically black again. I don't care what nobody says. Before a lot of you motherfuckers came through, motherfuckers wasn't having conversations like this. I love, and people got to know I'm damn near I'm a young OG in this game. Like I like people know my history of the reactor space, the hip hop space of YouTube. Like it's a beautiful thing with people like you and Justin and Rap Latte and everybody. Like it's so dope. Like 1,600 people are listening to us just be rap nerds.
Rap for real. That's what I'm saying.
That's just fire. Like
speaking of Rap Latte, they said they translating this. It's almost like ChatGPT. Rap Latte says Curtis argues the line lacks thematic depth, provocative but hollow. Scru contends it's structurally sound, but form alone doesn't equate to insight or meaningful content. Pretty good translation right there. I'm not mad at that.
Basically, shout out to Rap Latte. That's a perfect time. Super chat. Holy shit.
Yeah, that was earlier, but I was saving that for coming back. But yeah, I mean, the thing about it is, you know, back in our day, these conversations were had all the time.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like these were the conversations had all the time. You know, I'm telling you. Matter of fact, I'm about to pull this shit up for you. I'm about to pull up Heart Part 6 for you. This shit.
Oh no, I got it up.
You got it up.
I got it up.
You got to hold on. I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play this shit real quick. You know what I'm saying? Hold on.
Now hold on. We're just talking about technical ability, right?
Technical ability right now.
Okay, I didn't know what we talking about. Okay, cool.
And we talking about getting my ass back, huh? We talking about getting my other ass back too.
I mean, hey.
He said, one thing at a time, Curtis. You can't win everything. You can't.
I still feel like we got to the point where what I was saying, but let's see what the heart part says, because I wasn't looking at that one. I was looking at Family Matters.
And I got a very specific question for you after this too.
Pulitzer Prize winner is definitely spiraling. I got your fucking lines tapped, I swear that I'm dialed in. First I was a rat, so where's the proof of the trial then? Where's the paperwork of the cabinet is filed in? 1090 Jake would've took all the walls down. The streets would've had me hiding out in a small town.
And is that's technically dope? I mean, technically whack, because all right, hold on. Okay, all right, hold on.
I didn't say technically. How you gonna ask a question, answer the question, then look something up to disprove?
No, because, no, I'm asking you. So, okay, I'm asking you: is that's technically whack? Correct?
I think that it's hollow. I think that it's very basic, and I think for a battle of this magnitude, I wonder what is the if you go into a battle. Okay, maybe this is a better question. I wanted to ask this about Family Matters. Maybe this is a better question. If you go into a battle, what is your angle at this point?
Oh, but that's what I was.
But how much are you deferring from that angle by letting these rhyming words? I'll say that for later. But what is your angle when you approach a battle at this point?
No, that's what I was saying. Are we just talking about the technical side? Because no, this is the angle-wise. This is disgusting. This is awful. Like angle-wise,
the angle is bad.
The angle is doo-doo. It's caca. It's very, especially in hindsight. I'm talking about
technically speaking.
How we put it together is not like. I just don't understand what is this new rule where niggas can't do that.
No, it's not a new rule. It's when you know these bars are hyper focused, not hyper focused. You know these bars are being underneath a magnifying glass like we're doing it. I look at that and I say, you could give this to someone who is an amateur who has never wrote before, and they can give you something that sonically sounds very similar in the structure of writing it. It's not a very dense approach to writing. And I'm not saying density alone is what wins it. I'm saying you got about 5 different styles from Kendrick of what an approach can be as an MC. You got angles that mirror themselves amongst these songs. Drake gave you Old Faithful. He gave you Old Faithful over different beats. What I'm saying is he lacks a versatility, technically speaking, in this particular song. And I just feel like he's just excavation, innovation, situation.
But I mean, though the angle is bad, it's all telling a story. It's using different literary devices, but it's not necessarily. It is a one syllable. Well, not one syllable. He's rhyming. He has one rhyme pattern. But the crazy part to me is it is new to me where using the same word and keeping it to rhyming is now considered whack. That was never ever. That is harder than switching up your rhyme every couple bars.
You think that's harder?
What?
I say this not being insulting at all.
No. I'm
writing nothing like that. I'm just saying this. I'm saying this as a real question because I heard Rob say this before. Shout out to my homie Rob Markman. He said that it's a more impressive skill set. It's not the first time I've heard it. I feel like there's just different lyrical circles that you may be in. For instance, I come from a lyrical circle that said you better not use the same rhyming word within a 16 bar verse. Like if you're using it as an end rhyme, it just appears to be lazy unless you're doing some kind of a name flip or a different technique to really show the different word of it. But I feel like some people, they go into verses like they don't got a whole lot of money and they got to pay for every rhyming word. And when they come back to another rhyming word, it's just like,
hold on. Here's
like what is the depth?
Here's what I'm saying. That rhyming, keeping one word, one rhyme pattern. It's not one word. It's one rhyme pattern through a verse. is objectively harder than switching it up. That doesn't even make sense because you have less to use. This is stuff that the reason why I'm saying that this is, I know this is not true, because this is stuff that we used to literally praise people like Eminem for. Like, this is the patiently waiting verse. The reason, one of the reasons that a lot of people freaked out about how good it was because I've been patiently waiting to make it through all the hate and debating whether or not was it the weather, the storm, the lay on the table, they operate in the same.
I can go back further back. Hi, kids. Do you like violence? Want to
Stick 9 is
an eyelid? Copy me and do exactly like I did. It's not the same thing that Drake doing.
That was something that was considered super dope, and it is way harder because as a writer, I can tell you, of course, it's way harder to keeping the same rhyme pattern for 16 bars than switching up every couple bars. What? That's easy. That's super easy. That's like. Because you're giving yourself less to use. You are giving yourself more rules and more boundaries. If I could just switch up the rhyme scheme every 2 bars, that sounds like punching shit where you're like,
I see what you're saying.
That to me is way more basic. That's like where I could give you way more examples and verses that are considered elite rapping that are rhyming the same word than not like that is I vehemently push against that. That is not, I don't, because I feel like we're doing that now more because of this Drake shit. And now we're like ruining parts where it's like, so it's considered whack for a nigga to rhyme, keep the same rhyme scheme, whole verse.
You're not gonna put that jacket on me. It's whack if I say, Screw face, meet me out the park. Hopefully when it's dark, the fire I come with always sparks. My dogs do nothing but bark.
But that's not
fair. Your reaction to me is very stark.
Okay, but that's a little
it's stinking here. Who fart? Like
but that's a little unfair because he said the Pulitzer Prize winner is definitely spiraling. I got you fucking lines tapped. I swear that I'm dialed in. The rhymes are not just dog, cat, dog, bog, flog.
But now you counting syllables. Now you count. I'm getting my S back today. Now you counting syllables.
What? I'm saying that I'm counting syllables because you were saying he was only doing 1 syllable. That's not true.
No. I'm saying that. See this. I'm getting it. Somebody said it in here. 2 things I think that really bring this together. We're saying some of the things that are the same thing from different perspectives. I'm not saying that the utilization of 1 singular syllable makes it whack. We've seen artists do that as a whole career. If that's the case, and I would say that about DMX, and I would never say that about DMX because I know that he does something other artists can't do with those same rhyming words through his vocal projection, through his performance, through all these different techniques and things that he's using. He has a lane that he's going. I'm saying it's a lazy utilization of a very basic approach to rhyming.
I feel like it's only being considered lazy because it's Drake. And even when we're talking about the simple, because when DMX is rhyming 1 syllable, like you said, nobody has ever said that was lazy. Nobody ever said that.
I don't think anybody ever said, when I want high complex lyricism, I'm going to DMX. That's not what.
Yes, no.
High complex lyricism. You think people have gone to him and said that's?
Yep, absolutely. DMX is always being considered a high, powerful, a high lyric. What do we? Yes.
Complex lyricism.
What?
Okay. You know what I should do?
See, you're doing what I'm saying, where it's like it didn't used to be that you had to have this one structure of how you rap to be considered a lyricist. When I'm saying that. When DMX says, well, cats don't know what it's gonna be messing with a dog like me, D to the M to the X. Last I heard, you cowards was having with the Saints. I show no love. The home nobody I could slow that down and act like that shit's whack, but it's not. I could go to Rough Riders Anthem is like how does that fucking start? Now, hold on. I'm gonna give you Rough Riders Anthem because nobody has ever Jay-Z. I mean, DMX. I'm tripping over myself. DMX was never considered somebody that wasn't a lyricist or a high lyricist. Nobody had ever said that. That is like now we're fitting a mold to. So what we're saying about Drake is right. But we're disrespecting DMX.
That's not true. But now, see, you can't put that jacket on me. First of all, I got your shirt on. You ain't gonna put that jacket on me. All right, it don't matter.
I'm not saying you. Like I said, no matter what happens, I love you. I love you, but I'm just saying we can't. When you said that DMX, that shit almost threw me over the head.
Well, no, because my thing is, I don't go. I know who to go to. I know to go to Nas if I'm looking for a specific type of density within the writing. If I'm looking for a specific type of layering within the lyrical display. I'm not saying either one is whack compared to the other one. I think they're both playing very different games. When I look at the approach that a DMX has, he's going for substance, as someone said in here. He's going in there for the way that he emphasizes the words, his tonality, all these different things, his aggression, the passion. He's going for different things to get a connection with the listener, right? I don't think that's whack compared to anything else. That no. But I'm saying we go to people for different things. I'm saying I don't like this jacket being put on Drake as some high-level lyricist. Not saying that you've done it, but this is where I start to say, okay, if you're going to put him in the category, the tree that includes the Nas's of the world, the Jay-Z's of the world, there's further than that, right? The Lupes of the world. Show me what he's doing that could even be put in the same category or class of that, and I don't see it. I feel like when Kendrick dumbs down, he can dumb down. When Drake is smart, it is that dumb down.
I don't know. I feel like
that's what I said. I'll get my S a day.
I don't know about that, but I don't know about that because I feel like that's not even the point that's not what I was saying. I'm saying that Drake what Drake was doing, what he was rapping well in it, right? What I'm doing is I'm not adding something to him. What I'm doing is not letting people take something away from him. I'm not putting the jacket on him. I'm not saying that he's a high level lyric. Nobody said is put him up with the Lupes, and that is a just putting him there so he purposely fails. But I'm saying that Drake does rap well. Drake was rapping at in a good manner. Drake was rapping in a high clip at certain parts in certain things of the song. But I'm saying that I'm just saying that Drake is not whack. Drake was rapping well on that stuff. That stuff, it being basic, some of that being basic rhymes per se, does not make the rhyme basic. Because you're saying it's basic because the rhyming words. Now you're not even. And like I said, with the example you gave, that is not how Drake was rapping. That's why when you said I'm counting syllables, I know you were counting syllables. You're just counting them wrong. You got to do it more like spiraling, dialed in, child in, filed in, the walls. Matter of fact, you know why this sounds basic too? Because he rhymes spiraling, dialed in, child in, filed in. Then he switches it to wall down, small town, fall down, all clowns. Then he switches it to preparation, decoration, perspiration, information, right? Mm-hmm. But if he would have literally he wasn't even rhyming with the same word for the whole time. He switches it up. Like he does the
he had to at this point.
Huh?
He had to at this point.
Yeah, no, he does the shun for a while. I'm just saying it's being misrepresented a lot, like badly, where he does that a lot, but it's not throughout the whole thing. And I just feel like, why does it matter if that's? I just don't see that as lazy. I just don't. No. I wouldn't listen to like Rough Riders Anthem and be like that shit is lazy rapping but it is a bunch of one syllable rhyming. But like I just feel like it's almost getting to that like hip hop snobism where we're now getting so overcorrected that we're creating boundaries that's pushing it more in a box where it's like
no boundaries. No boundaries. It's asking niggas to write. It's asking them to rap.
But there's different ways to write. But it's not asking them to write. It's almost telling them to write the same. That's my problem.
No, I'm saying he's already rapping the same, and that's the issue.
Rapping? No, I'm saying it's not asking them to write. It's asking them to write the same as each other. Is what I'm saying. It's almost like if some people can't do some single syllable stuff and it still be considered lyrical. And they got to now be 2 or plus syllables for it to be considered lyrical, which he was doing. then or 3+, if then that's just a weird arbitrary rule or thing that we're putting on to just discredit Drake, but it hurts more than just Drake. It make, because that's what I'm saying. When you said someone put up a Jadakiss thing, even though that's like whatever, technically with what you're saying, that is valid, because it's like, yeah, there's a lot of verses where if we're now considering that lazy, we have to reevaluate a bunch of shit. And why do that for Drake?
I think we need to, because as my dog Read My Soul said, a canon event occurred, right? And it's affected all of us, right? It's affected us as artists. It's affected us as YouTubers, to the point where now you and I can have these kind of conversations. And I think they should be had, because maybe there was a pin in certain conversations where, depending on your circles you came up with, my circles, other person's circles, maybe there were some things that weren't clearly defined. And maybe that's where it kind of got lost in it got lost in the sauce in this last 15 years. And now that we're back here, I do think it's important to start putting specifics to these terms that we say, because you may say something that's lyrical, I may say something that's lyrical, Amal may say something that's lyrical, and mean 3 different things.
And that is the beauty of being lyrical. I'm gonna keep it tall. Okay. No matter what canon event happened, change for the sake of change when we know it's bad is not good. And if we've gotten to a point where now we reevaluate and Jadakiss isn't considered lyrical, we're going down the wrong path. That's objective. That's objective. If we're going down to the part where now we can go, well, Jadakiss only had 1, 2, so that's not lyrical. Then now we're going to a part where the snake is eating its tail. Now the snake is starting to eat its tail, where it's like, so what are we doing this for? Because it seems like it's to make Drake seem lazy, we have to now act like Jadakiss wasn't lyrical. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Here's why I play devil's advocate even in that conversation. Has that not been already what's happened? In that, maybe not you, but there's people who look at certain rappers from the 80s and the way that they rap and the way that they say things, and they go into that conversation and say, that's not anywhere near as complex. I've heard this with folks who get the meme and shit, and they be like, that's the snake that's already been eating itself. So what I'm saying is, if we put specifics to it, or even a specific to that we have different definitions of it, I think that's important, because I think that if Maul said that song made me feel better than any other Kendrick song, we wouldn't be having this conversation. But when he said it out rapped, I think that was the issue.
But who cares about Maul, bro? Like I feel like, I love you to death, but I feel like this part of this is insanity. I feel like this is insanity now. This is just hip hop snobism for the sake of being hip hop snobism. Because if we're saying, I'm saying specifically, the reason why somebody used a Jadakiss meme to prove their point was because Jadakiss is lyrical. If he should almost be like a statue. If we start getting to a point where now we're analyzing him and being like, he's not lyrical, because the origin of it is really to make Maul, to prove that Maul's wrong, is the snake eating its tail. It's like what right. That's the problem, where we start going like, it's policing people's pen, and it's going like, well, if you say, nah, bro, that's not, I'll never agree with that. And that's when that starts feeling like that starts feeling perverse. That just starts feeling perverse. And to compare Jadakiss with niggas from the 80s is not the same thing, because that's where nobody thinks people were big. Matter of fact, the reason why Rakim was called Rakim the God Allah, when people look at Rakim as different, was because when he came in, that's when people were like, oh, he's doing difficult rhyming. He's not doing like the single syllable. Nobody thought the motherfuckers was rhyming lyrically or like what's it called? Technically tough during the time. That's why when the new class, the KRS ones that came in, they're like, what is this? These motherfuckers is not hippa the scoopah the zippa the zap. It was completely different. So in real time, those weren't, but Rakim, no matter if he was 1989, is still considered lyrical. He's a lyrical person. But thinking of a master plan, but ain't nothing in sweat inside my hand. And I was thinking it's all one syllable. But if we've gotten to the point now where that's not lyrical, we're done.
We haven't. You know why we haven't?
We allowed Drake to do what essentially he was doing with the court case now.
Let me bring this home. I hear you 1,001%. over there standing all of 9 feet 11 inches tall. Look, this has been a hell of a battle. Shout out for that. This has been a great conversation. Look, I'll say this. That's not what's happening, because you and I know of nuance that exists with a Jada Kiss. We know nuance that exists with a Rakim. We know that there's certain reasons why we value their skill set versus another. Matter of fact, we don't even say versus another unless they're going head to head. That's the only reason we're having this kind of conversation.
You can still value both their skill set, even if they're
right. What is it? And it's not even in spite of another person. I'm saying that even with the Jada Kiss, the issue is this. This is when people who have never written a verse get involved in the conversation. This is when people who have never had to sit through what this process looks like, they're not understanding what's being said. They're bastardizing it, as the internet does, like they did my original argument. They thought my original argument was it's whack because of the end rhymes. No, that's one of the issues that I took with it. The lack of connection between the two, the lack of continuity. Even when I'm looking at certain lines, it felt like pure filler lines. It felt like you're allowing, ironically, in a verse where he said, you trying to rap like you trying to free the slaves. I felt like he was a slave to whatever rhymed with Day Free. And I felt like what he created as a connection, technically speaking, even storyline, it was all ass. It was all ass. And I looked at that, and I'm saying this from the perspective of somebody who's looking at him and expecting more because of what I've seen him display over the years. I'm not saying he's the same thing as a guy that's just up and coming. I'm looking at this and I'm just like, this can't be you at your best. But what I'm figuring out now, Scru, I think that what you interpret as someone at their best, maybe is going to be very, very different than what somebody else or myself interprets as their best, because it depends on what your goal was. If his goal on Family Matters was to go in there and talk about this man's business partner and wife and make that the center focus and embarrass him, okay, he went for that. I'm saying since the conversation got brought up, forget Mike could have been whatever, because the conversation got brought up about out rapping. Well, now we got to talk about the technicalities of what he's doing, the specifics of what he's doing. And is it impressive enough for us to have a conversation about out rapping? That was what I was getting at.
My point is what I was saying is the out rapping point. The out rapping thing was not what I was saying was the point. We've already established Kendrick out rapped him. It's when we're saying that what Drake was doing wasn't good or simple, or we're looking at it because. Even when it goes to the shun thing, there's this verse, I can't remember, I think it's on AZ's album, and the verse is like, the last days, the pace of the, I want to say it's Rakim, I don't think it's Rakim, but he says like, the last days, the pace of the Emancipation Proclamation, he said, the government's plotting a nuclear detonation, destroying vegetation of water, the newer order means salvation, the eye on the dollar symbolize illuminations in society, secretly overseeing populations. That is using the same shun. And for some reason, if Drake does it, you call it a crutch.
He didn't do that.
That's not a crutch, though.
He didn't do that. What he did was, hold on, let me. This is why, you know what? Shout out to Rhyme Zone. Y'all owe me a check, by the way. I'm gonna tell you what they did. He said, Where the damn thing at? Hold on, pull it up. Here, where is it at? He said, I'm listening to the tabloids and all the persuasion. They tried to cut deep, but there was no abrasion. Everybody's saying something about Canada, the invasion. I like to get birthday gifts on occasion. Something. Where's the equation? He didn't even do what Eminem did in Hi My Name Is. Hi, kids. Want to see violence? Want to see me stick 9-inch nails to each on my eyelids? Want to copy me and do exactly like I did? See how to get fucked up worse than my life? Come on.
No.
That's what I'm getting at. It's like,
in My Name Is, that is actually being a slave to the rhyme. Because Eminem says things that are nonsensical sequiturs because they rhyme. It doesn't make any sense. Hi, kids. Do you like violence? Do you want to see me stick 9-inch nails through each one of my eyelids? That doesn't really make sense. But it's
How
just
is he a slave to the rhyme if he's
hold on.
determining what he says?
Huh?
How is he this? I'm glad we're having this conversation. How is he a slave to the rhyme if he's determining what the rhymes are saying? What I'm saying is those setups that you're getting from him is the story he wants to tell. He's just using the word. It's a difference between using words. It's a difference between using the rhyming words and being used by the rhyming words. When I listen to a Drake, I feel like he's being used by the rhyming words.
I feel like you feel that way just because you're saying. I could say that about the same thing. Sticking 9-inch nails through his eyelids is a random non sequitur. That makes no sense. It's just a crazy, like gruesome, like, oh boy, but it doesn't make sense. Hi, kids, do you like violence? You want to see me stick 9-inch nails through each one of my eyelids? You want to copy me and do exactly as I did? Try sit and get effed up worse than my life is. My brain's dead weight. I got to get my head straight, but I can't figure out which Spice Girl I want to be pregnant.
How was that nice sequitur when he said, hi, kids, do you want to see violence? Okay, violence. Do you want to see me stick 9-inch nails, which is a play on the band, through each one of my eyelids? That literally does make sense.
He's just saying eyelids because it rhymes with the rest of the stuff. It sounds good. But you can't do that and then say Drake isn't doing that. What are we doing?
There is no way we think that's...
Nothing that Drake says is a non sequitur. That would be being a slave to the rhyme, because you're saying eyelids just because it rhymes with everything else. It makes sense with what you're saying, but you're just saying random, like, shock shit. None of it goes together, really. You aren't telling a story, but not as much as Drake was telling a story. That's not fair, because what I'm saying is, now when we apply that rule, you see how it starts making other things that were always dope now not dope. Like, no, I can make the argument, and it is, that Drake was telling way more of a cohesive story than Eminem's My Name Is, where he's just saying like random shit where it's like super fun. Why Spice Girls? Why can't he figure out which Spice Girl he wants to impregnate?
Because his brain is dead weight.
You could have just picked anybody in there. You just said it to make the syllables fit.
You said non sequitur, which is a conclusion or statement that does not logically follow from the previous argument. If we're using the word argument, can we agree to use the argument that it's what sets up the actual execution of that bar?
Say that again.
So the definition, non sequitur, a conclusion or statement that does not logically follow from the previous argument or statement.
Yes.
Hi, kids. Want to see violence? Let's just make it a conversation. Yeah. Okay. Want to see me stick 9-inch nails to each one of my eyelids? Yeah. Want to copy me and do exactly like I did? See how to get fucked up more than my life is?
I said to get effed up worse than my life is.
Okay, now let's go to work.
My brain's dead weight. I'm trying to get my head straight, but I can't figure out which Spice Girl I want to impregnate. You're just saying offensive shit. You're just saying shit to go, you could have said and Dr. Dre said, man, Shady, you a basehead. Why is your face red, man? You wasted. Okay, he's saying he's crazy, but now let's do that with Drake. Because are you acting like you can't do that with Drake's thing? You're just reading as the Pulitzer Prize winner is not, because we're not taking the rhyming words into consideration. We're taking the story. The Pulitzer Prize winner is now spiraling. I got your fucking lines tapped. I swear that I'm dialed in. First I was a rat, so where's the proof in the trial then? Where's the paperwork in the cabinet that it's filed in? If 1090 Jake would have took the walls down, the street would have had me hiding in a small. How is that not? That all makes sense with the last thing that he just said. He's saying the story is that you called me a snitch. Where is the evidence of me being a snitch? If I was a snitch, this would obviously happen. How is that not a cohesive story?
I'm saying you could make the same argument line by line, and this is not an Eminem versus. This is crazy to have an Eminem versus Drake conversation.
No, my point is,
I'm saying that
Drake, I'm saying they're both rapping. There's what I'm saying is, if we start using these arbitrary things to make Drake look worse, we can do that with other people. And that's why I did somebody as good as Eminem, because it's like that's why I used Eminem, not to compare them, obviously.
Right. Okay, I'm pulling this up. The Pulitzer Prize winner is definitely spiraling. I got your effing lines tapped. I swear that I'm dialed in. First, I was a rat. So what's the proof of the trial then? Where's the paperwork of the cabinet it's filed in? If you give me spiraling dialed in, trialed in, filed in, I'd say 60% of the work is already done.
What? Like, but what is okay? And what okay, so if you use dialed in, filed in, 60% of the work is done. What do you mean?
I'm saying I think that based upon his history of writing in this manner, this to me is, I'll tell you this, in the very beginning, this is how I was able to learn how to stack rhyming words and figure out how to stretch a rhyme for as long as I can, just as a technique of practice. So when I look at this and I see spiraled in, dialed in, trialed in, filed in, I look at that and I say, there's so many different ways you could go with that. And it doesn't, to me, appear impressive because he always had the crutch of those rhyming words. Like even as you're writing the first lines of a verse, we do this in songs all the time in that we set up what this rhythm is going to be, what the syllable count is. I mean, we don't count the syllable. We know as we innately listen to the beat and we're like, okay, or I'm looking at this and I'm like, he used this whole thing, the entire verse through. And I look at it and all I say is this: if you do it in a song, it's not about whether it's lazy or not. To me, it's a song. If the song calls for it, make the best song possible. If you're head to head in a battle, I think the bar is set. I think the bar and the magnifying glass is a lot different. And when I'm looking at that, I'm looking at him and I'm like, there's no way you're gonna use this song approach in a battle.
But because it's the same reason why Not Like Us is a song approach to a battle. It's a song. It's structured like a hit single, and that's why it's a hit single. It's got choruses. It's got that's another weird arbitrary rule. It doesn't matter if you make a song back to back was a fire diss track and it was structured like a song. We cannot now say because which way you structured it, that doesn't matter to me. I don't even care about that. What I'm saying is, one, Drake did not do the spiraled and dialed and trialed and the whole thing. No. Two, what does it matter if it makes sense what he's saying? Like, why? I don't understand why that's whack. The same reason why, if I'm listening to Rough Riders Anthem, what did this nigga say? Hold on. Oh my God, I just had it open. I was about to go to Rhyme Zone and see. Because when we do
Rough Riders Anthem is something that played a completely different role than Heart Part 6 or Family Matters.
But it's, wait, what?
We're not judging.
No, we're not talking about we're talking about the lyrical capability of the song. We can't. That's literally my point, actually.
Okay.
What does the role have to do with taking away the lyrical ability of the song? What does the point of it?
Because that's the question that sparked all of this. That's the initial observation. And he's not the only one that made it. I saw even on the Joe Budden podcast for a second, they kept saying Family Matters was still the best song amongst all the songs. And it's like, we can't have that conversation because Not Like Us is still taking off if you want to just make it a song conversation. Mm-hmm. But the moment it became lyrical display, the moment it became, not lyrical display, that's how I interpret it when someone says out rapping. That might be a generational thing I'm coming to.
No, I'm saying that I agree. I feel like you've been speaking to the parts I agree with you. I 100% agree with Maul's wrong for saying that he was out rapping. That's absolutely wrong. Joe Budden and them saying that's still the best song, that's a bit more subjective. Like, I guess if they want that to be whatever, and we can't go now use the numbers to quantify why it's a better song, because when Drake was doing that, we were mad at him. So, or when Drake fans do that, we get mad. So that we can't do that. Like, if they think it's the better song, then to them it's the better song. But I'm saying that we that's another thing where I feel like it's like, this thing where it's like, we're doing this thing where I feel like we're not even hearing ourselves speak. We're just like saying things when it has to do with Drake. And I get it. But like, don't allow the snake to eat its tail. And I feel like the conversation I'm having is not what Maul was having. Maul was wrong on a technical level. When you could just read it and see he was wrong. What I'm saying is, when people started overshooting and it started getting into the feeling more like Stan War stuff, when they started saying that Drake, because people are trying to tear down this song as in like it's not lyrically good. And that is a lie to me, because every rule or every reason that they're trying to put on it, I could give you another song that you absolutely think the opposite of. And we're just doing this for Drake because, like I said, he wasn't rapping that the whole time. He was doing internal rhyming. It's just not as much as Kendrick. That's why Kendrick out-rapped him. But that doesn't make what Drake said. I don't even like the lazy thing, because it's just like, we can't
effort. Will low effort be better? Because I'm sorry, if I looked at that, and
but how do you know it's why is it low effort? Because he's using the same word.
Because I know that when I'm doing, because I know when I'm doing that, I'm on autopilot. Because I know that, first of all, the syllables in the rhyme, in the end rhyme, this is my just giving my writer's approach. The syllables are already pre-established, right? If he's doing 2 syllables, the prize winner of the team, but it's spiraling. I know that everything else, at least within this 4-bar structure, is secured to be Ireland, because you've established that as where you're going to land those end rhymes. Okay. What I'm saying is, if you now continue that on after that, and he switched it up, we gave props when he did do that. But damn it, when he got to preparation, that nigga love TIONs. Find you somebody that loves you like Drake loves TIONs.
But that's why I said, to say that now this is like lazy or something because he's doing the Asian rhyme form is a new rule. I don't care what anybody says. That is not true. That's a new rule that we're putting on Drake. That's why I just gave you that. The government's plotting a nuclear detonation, destroying vegetation and water. The New World Order means starvation. The eye on the dollar symbolized illumination. Secret society is over secretly seeing the population. If you were to type in words that rhyme with sun, all that shit would pop up. So
but what you do with the words that connected is where your skill set comes in. Right or wrong?
That's one part of it. But not every rhyme, he was just rhyming a lot of that. What I just read was just the shun, 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 shun. There was a couple internals in there, but most of that was just detonation, vegetation. I have to literally rap it.
I get it. Matter of fact, I'll pull it up for you. I got it right here. And my bad, bro. I took more than your time than I was supposed to. That's my apology. I'm looking at it right now.
No, I got more time.
Okay, really quick. Let me present this up here. Man, thank God for 2025. We having conversations like this. I couldn't believe it. Shout out to the 2,000 some folks dropping in here right now. All right, let me share my screen.
In fact, that's literally what Eminem was doing on "Patiently Waiting." Was this Asian rhyme? That is.
I'm gonna go ahead and pull up these lyrics real quick for you, all right? Because you're my friend, and I want to make sure everybody know you my friend.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Matter of fact, yeah, let me go ahead. Look at it. I will stand by that. There's very low effort that goes into that approach, because that to me is usually reserved for if you're writing a song for pure aesthetics.
That's
no depth. And I've seen people meld it in. I've seen great rappers meld it in, and you know when they meld it in. It was like, I remember like back in the 2000s when high-level lyricists would get on a song with an R&B singer. You're not finna get them same bars that they would give you over a Just Blaze beat. It's a different approach. It's a different it's a different approach and a different goal in mind. So the hard
I think just deeming things lazy or deeming things with these reasons before it's like it's lazy if you're rhyming the Asian thing is almost like anti-art, because before I even write the thing, you already consider doing that lazy. So it's like you haven't even heard what the thing. So it's just Asian. If that is the thing.
No. It's not just that though, Screw. That's not what I'm getting at. It's not just that. What I'm saying is you leaning on that being your one trick pony does make it lazy. If you,
but you're
hold on. I'll give you the same argument that they gave for the baby rapping the same on every beat. No, if you look at what he's saying and how he's putting certain words, it just sounds the same because of his delivery. But there was switching going on that I understand as a writer, but people said that I can't stay because he's rapping the same over every single beat.
They were saying
what I'm saying is
same
Huh?
cadence. The baby does he uses a lot of this cadence a lot. There's a cadence that he used a lot. Now, obviously, literally all the 100% of the time, nothing's 100%. But
Right.
that they weren't saying that they were saying that he was using the same cadence. That's completely different. That because that's something you can just listen to and go, that's the same cadence. That's not. We're talking about now words. We're going. You can't do
Right.
this ending of these words because
It's
it's
not
quote
saying
unquote lazy.
it's not saying you. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying don't use it because this you made a point in that. Yeah, Kendrick utilized some of the same things because it's just a part of rapping. It's
Mhm.
just a part of rapping. What I'm saying is there's a difference between somebody who utilizes it, even if it's for a full 16, but you know they're fully capable of doing more. I just feel like he left a lot on the table. And when I listen to that, I look at that and I say, I know what that looks like as a writer. And I look at that and I say, perhaps effort wasn't his goal. Perhaps it was, I want to rebut everything that he said and I am defeated. Nigga sounded defeated in that song.
Yeah, I mean that's what that's different than what I'm saying. I agree with what's it called? I agree the angling and everything, the energy, the stuff was off and shit. But I was just saying the rapping is not bad on the song. It's not lazy. It's not. It's just. It's. This is an arbitrary thing we're just doing for Drake. Like it is. Like this. The Asian thing is. I mean, I have to just. There's no way I could agree with you with that because it is the same thing where if you go to Eminem's Patiently Waiting verse, he is doing that. But and you can't say it's the words that before it because Drake isn't doing that through he's doing some internal rhyming here, but we're just and when you say it sounds bad when you say leaning on a crutch, one trick pony, but or you can say this dude is rhyming using the same rhyme scheme for 8 bars at a time. And that sounds a lot better, but you're saying the same thing. It's just that's what I'm saying. It just feels like standard.
Rhyme scheme. When you say rhyme scheme, how do you define rhyme scheme?
The
Just for the folks who don't know
of
what that
the
is. How do you
rhyme. So the words, the rhymes that you're rhyming, the things that you're rhyming, the scheme
But-
that's being the rhymes that are repeated.
Okay, the way I interpret rhyme scheme is more than just the rhyming words, but also the schematics of what you're building, right? So part of it is the pattern in which you've delivered those rhyming words. Part of it is maybe the syllables you left off. Part of it is, the way you're rhyming it. For instance, when Eminem said crayos and chaos, I mean crayon and chaos. Like and that's another part of it too. The perfect rhymes is another part of the laziness that I see in there because where's the slant rhymes? This is me. I know this is a very biased point of view. I get it. But what I'm saying is when I see somebody do the perfect rhyming, I don't care if it's 2 syllables, 3 syllables, 4 syllables. It just gets to the point where it just starts feeling like, well, what else am I paying attention to here except for your ability to access these rhyming words? I'm looking for the way that it cohesively brings each other together. I'm looking for the story that it's telling. But it just seems like
it's just a bad story.
Huh?
It is telling a story, it's just telling a bad story. But a rhyme scheme doesn't have anything to do with a rhyme scheme is literally the ordered pattern of rhymes at the end of the line of a poem or verse. So it's what I said, it's literally just the words that are rhyming. So Drake's rhyme scheme is spiraling, dialed in, trialed in, filed in. Then it's walls down, small town, fall down, all clowns. Then it's preparation, decoration, desperation, information. Then it's he uses that for a while. And that's what I'm saying. Before it was considered it like somebody going season and preparation, honored in decoration, overcome with desperation, fed you information. I bet that takes whatever name the destination, concerned with investigation is no different. If we're just looking at the rhyme scheme, then I've been patiently waiting to make it through all the hating, debating whether or not, whether to weather the storm. As you lay on the table, they're operating to save you. It's like an angel came through you, straight from the heavens above.
We must say that was a pre-bridge. That was a bit of a bridge. That wasn't necessarily.
Yeah, no, hold on. They think they crazy, but they ain't crazy. Let's face it, shit. Basically, they're just playing sick. They ain't shit. They ain't saying shit. Spraying 50, A to the K, and then the way I've been draining them with me, and it turns day into fucking mayhem. You staying with me. Don't let me lose you. I'm not trying to compete. Yeah, but I'm saying that doesn't why. So that makes so. But I'm saying that doesn't make that does not make the beginning of patiently waiting. That is absolutely elite rhyming.
Yes. When did Drake do that? Or any of that?
Asian stuff is what I'm saying. Like
that's elite rhyming. Nigga, I'm lost. I retire today.
If you listen to Eminem's "Patiently Waiting" and he goes, "I've been patiently waiting to make it through all the hate and debating whether or not it's needed to weather the storm. As they lay on the table, they operate in to save you. It's like an angel came through you straight from the heavens above." You're like, "That's lazy." Hold on, and you say that's lazy, then you lost the plot.
That is not lazy. I'm looking at these internal rhymes, and I'm looking at I'm listening in my head as he's saying them back.
That is the same rhyme. They've been patiently waiting to make it through all the hating, debating whether or not to weather the storm as they lay as lay on the table, they operating to save you. It's like an angel came through you straight from the heavens above. What I'm saying is that for a long time he's rhyming the same amount of work. Using the same rhyme scheme for less time than Drake is using the rhyme scheme on Pulitzer Prize.
That's not the issue. That's not the issue. He's also showcasing other rhyming skill sets within this, even to the patiently waiting, hating is all in the same line. The internal rhyming, whether you can even weather the storm as you lay on the table, they operating to save you. It's like an angel came to you, sent from the heavens above. Like God, they think my point I think he's just valid.
Yeah. What I'm saying is the point is that the rhyming using the same rhyme scheme is what he's doing. Whether or not he's doing extra stuff in it, that's the Kendrick and Drake argument. I'm saying simply the fact of using the same rhyme scheme for a long time is what's used to be considered.
That's not my issue at all. And that's the part that
I think. What's the problem with him saying desperation, the information that takes the destination?
It's that you're using just the end rhymes to connect all of these bars. And I look at that and I'm like, the complexity, there's less density in this. And that alone doesn't determine whether something is better. We know a bunch of lyrical spiritual rappers that do this shit all day long. And that shit is not
whack as shit at all.
Whack as shit. That's not what I'm getting at. What I'm saying is what you just showed me, all the extra shit is a part of the thing that I'm looking at. And I'm saying, get the fuck out of here.
But that's what I'm saying.
Get in the way. I bring Dre and them with me and turn this day into fucking mayhem. You staying with me? Don't let me lose you. I'm not trying to confuse you. When I let loose with this Uzi and just shoot through your Isuzu.
You get the message. I'm not getting to yeah, but I'm saying you got some big and some Pac. You mix them up in a pot, sprinkle a little bit yellow top. You got the realest and illest killers tied up in a knot. Juggernaut to this rap shit, like it or not. There was one internal rhyme in that, and he's rhyming not, spot, pot, pot.
To me, that is a skill set that requires more thinking.
That's what? No. Listen to what I just said. I said that you take some big and some Pac. Mix them up in a pot, sprinkle a little bit yellow top. What the fuck do you got? You got the illest, realest, and illest. That's the one internal rhyme.
Right.
Killers tied up in a knot. The juggernaut of this rap shit, like it or not, just right, but two different knots, but still rhyme not with not. You like it or not, it's like a fight to the top to see who died for the spot. You put your life on this. Nothing like about. Now he starts to get more. He switches it up. But for that part, that is literally. The only thing that connects those rhymes is the last syllable rhyme word. Nothing else is rhyming, but besides the one internal rhyme.
But this is after he's already showcased.
But this is after
another tier in the same verse. He's already showcasing the same verse. And the thing is, like, I'm not the hugest Eminem fan. To be clear with you, like I
knew Eminem. I'm not the hugest fan of the new Eminem.
Right, the new Eminem. Yeah. But I'm looking at that and I'm saying. The thing that Drake does as the one trick pony is exactly what he's doing internally rhyming. And then he says, I can flip this whole shit on his head by just going back to this very basic approach because I've already showcased to you all the things that I can do.
But
what Drake I'm saying is,
matters, though. He did do.
How about I say this? If lyrically speaking, we were able to if we were able to translate what Kendrick and Drake did into colors, I see so many different colors for what we got from Euphoria to Meet the Grams to Not Like Us. There's an array of colors that we got lyrically and technically speaking. What we got from Drake was the same owl colored brown.
But I feel like when it comes to the Heart Part 6, it's a bit more of that. But like you said, for the reasoning and shit like that, it was a rebuttal, the track. And like I said, the angles and stuff are bad.
Right.
But, excuse me, the original track that I pulled up was Family Matters. And he was doing that stuff. It's the discrediting of acting like that stuff was not happening in that song. And then looking at looking at the Heart Part 6 and using that as an example of why Drake wasn't rapping well this battle is weird to me, because it's like the same way that Not Like Us isn't as lyrical as 616 in LA. It was because this was a battle. This was a strategic battle. It does not make Not Like Us not lyrical or lazy if you compare it to 616. And I'll go with the color metaphor. One artist is coloring in 32-bit, right? Somebody's coloring in 16-bit, right? It doesn't automatically, when you read it, one is 1632, that means this one is lazy, or this one is not gonna be a good painting, or this is not a good painting because he didn't use as many colors as this person's painting. The painting could still be better. It doesn't make it. There's plenty of people who could use one color and paint you a masterpiece. And I'm not saying the Heart Part 6 is a masterpiece. I'm saying that we're using arbitrary, almost math to make it look whacker than it is to me. Like, where it's the same way that the Heart Part 6 is not the best lyrical showing of Drake in this. No, it's not. But that is like what Maul did, where he chose Family Matters and Not Like Us instead of 616 in LA and Family Matters, because it's like he was trying to rig the fight. He was trying to go, because if you don't think about it, you think right away Not Like Us is going to be less lyrical because it's more of the like hit song, it's more of the like turn up dance song. But I feel like if you just encapsulated Not Like Us, and if an OVO stan used Not Like Us to quantify how Kendrick was rapping in this battle, if Kendrick was doing lazy stuff, I feel like that wouldn't be fair. So I feel like using the Heart Part 6 to say that he was rapping lazy is not as fair, because it's like, yeah, at that point he probably was giving up, but it doesn't mean that it was like the lazy thing is weird to me, because it doesn't feel lazily written to me. It feels like he just didn't have the energy to deliver it the way that he should have, because he was really defeated. He was actually defeated. Like,
so maybe what I'm saying is, in the tier of high level lyricism, Drake at his best, it's just not that good.
I don't know.
That's my opinion. That's my opinion. And the thing about it is, you put anybody else in this position, and this is why I was so much more excited about the potential of Kendrick versus J. Cole, because what we got with J. Cole on 7-minute drill, that's not the J. Cole that I was hoping to hear. I wanted to hear J. Cole like he was on Pi with Daylight and Absol. The way he blacked out on there, to me, shows, okay, this is why I keep calling myself one of the best. Not just because I can get dense with the lyrics, but because I have the versatility to do all these things that you can do as well. When this battle first kicked off, I was like, I guess. And it ended up being a lot better than what I thought it was going to be because of the impact that it had on the game. But I'll be honest with you, from the very first video I did, bro, I was not looking forward to this, because I was like, it's almost like seeing two teams in the NBA finals, and you like, that's how y'all got coming out the East? Well, I guess I'm just like, even in that metaphor, I would be like the type person who would be excited because I love basketball.
That dude. So to me, I don't know why you think I don't know what you've seen, or would make you think that J. Cole and Kendrick battle would be better than Drake and Kendrick. I literally that is almost like a.
I could get it to you. I could get it to you.
He doesn't even have the heart. Like that's exactly what I'm talking about. We're saying that because just the technical ability. And I was like, I guarantee you that would have been a worse battle. I guarantee you.
Really? You think that would have been a worse battle? Even if it stayed.
You literally said the only evidence you have is not good. So why would you then extrapolate that it was gonna the only evidence you have is not good? So yeah,
because when I listen
to not be good.
When I listen to that, I feel like those angles were ghost wrote by Drake, but that's another story. When I listen,
my thing is I don't care what anybody. What I'm not gonna allow people to ever like. Drake is definitely a Karen. Drake is a softie. Drake is a BITC for the lawsuit. One thing I'm not gonna let people do, and this is just Drake hate, is act like, man, I wanted to see J. Cole. You did. This would be like you watched it's like watching three niggas play one-on-one, right? And then the first nigga was like, this is the two people I want to see. And then the nigga trips over his shoelace and hits the ground and has no athletics, and you're just like, and then he's like, you know what? I don't even want to play anymore. And then you'd be like, and then you watch someone play against him, and even if he puts 30 on that nigga, he still played. So to go, I don't know. I think the person who took his ball and ran away, and the only thing he saw was bad would do better.
Look, you know what? That's why I love debating with you, because you were good. You were good. What they call them when they call you when you fit a suit on somebody? You a good jacket putter on people. Okay, look, you a good tailor. That's what you are. You a good tailor. I ain't never hog tie nobody. First of all,
I never hog tie nobody.
I know how to hog tie nobody. I ain't never said that. What I said is, this is before the apology even happened, and I always look at now. Even in the moment, I looked at 7-minute drill like, okay, this must be a warm up. This must be a warm up. We must be getting to it eventually. I'm saying from the things that I have seen J. Cole display in many different ways in different years over the years, I look at that and I say, oh, technically speaking, this could be so much more interesting. And I wonder if it doesn't get nearly as messy as this shit or even close to it, because you can tell these niggas really hate each other. Or at least one of them really hate the other one.
One that would probably make a worse battle. Like this is a diss.
That makes a worse battle, you think?
These are battle rap. Hold on, these are diss tracks. If nobody, and I'll put it like this too, and I hate doing this, but I always end up having to like argue against J. Cole, and I don't like doing it. But I'm saying the thing is, J. Cole has been in battles, right? J. Cole has historically been somebody to do exactly what he did to Kendrick, and the same thing, he's done that before, where it's like he'll shoot at somebody, then when the person comes at him, he moonwalks. We're talking about somebody who, with the battle with Biggie Simmons, we're talking about the person who with like, no, it's like, I don't know what, I feel like people are just fantasy booking with that, even though no evidence, if you pay it, and bro, I've been a J. Cole fan since Losing My Balance, bro. I remember when the Losing My Balance music video was uploaded to YouTube. I literally remember that shit. Yeah. But I'm telling you, one thing I've always said about him is like, boy, that nigga can rap, but he is a wolf ticket seller. Boy, is that man a wolf ticket seller. Like, he's not a battle rapper, and that's okay, though. That's okay. Drake is way more, like, I have more evidence to believe that Drake can battle or has at least the heart, you know, ironically, the heart part 6 up until then.
Just because you see two people fighting and you say, get out the way, I'll take them on, and you keep getting punched up and mollywop by everybody except for Meek Mill, you participated. We get you a Shakey's pizza and you get a participation trophy for playing T-ball. It don't mean you the same one that came. It don't mean you the same thing as the player that won that damn game, beat you fair and square, took your L, and you say, you know what? Yeah, okay. This nigga.
Wait, hold on.
I think the wolf tickets have been sold by Drake for the last 15 years, and that's been my argument. And I'm looking at this shit, and I'm listening to lyricists, not just you, but I'm listening to battle rappers. It's like, y'all don't understand. Look at all the technicalities of what Drake's doing, and all I see is a nigga with a fucking crayon doing this.
But the wolf tickets, that's not fair to do either, because the wolf tickets, Drake doesn't sell wolf tickets. Whether he's getting his ass kicked or not, he battled, like he fights. I'm saying the metaphor would be more
With his
like,
eyes closed.
but he's still fighting. Jake, like if we're talking about we're just talking about what would be better, like what we, with the evidence of what we've seen, what conclusion would we draw? Would it be the person who acted like he wanted to fight the person for the whole year, was saying that he'll whoop up anybody, was begging people to come his way, and then when little 5'2" Kenny pops up and he goes, I want to fight you, and then the other person shits his pants and goes home? Well, I'm not going to say the other person that closed his eyes and fought like this. Even if he did that, he still fought like that.
It was like
literally just like erasing. Like, it's like, it doesn't matter. I'm still going to have way more respect and believe the person who was swinging like this will at least try to protect himself, win, lose, or draw. Mm-hmm. Now, where he's a bitch is he gets hit too hard and runs and tells. Now, that's completely different. That's not the same thing. That ain't got nothing to do. I'm just saying that there's nothing that I have seen that would make me believe that the J. Cole battle would have been better. I've seen people say that, and I think that's just a more of that Drake hate, which Drake stirred up himself. You know what I'm saying? Why did he stirred up himself? But I'm saying, I feel like we got to, like, that is just like, so what are you literally said, man, when I heard 7 Minute Drill, I just really didn't like it. I wasn't the one saying, and then you later on go, I don't know. I just feel like it would have been a better battle between. No, it wouldn't have. J. Cole is telling you it wouldn't. J. Cole literally told us it would not have been a better battle. He's quite.
He said, I
don't believe you.
He said, "They're my friend. I don't want to do it." And then Kendrick said, "Nigga, this is just 2K. They can pick up the stick. Let's play." And he was like, I want us to be friends after this."
That's why Kendrick is the boogeyman. That's why Kendrick, like, that's what I've always loved about Kendrick is that he stands on everything that he says. And the thing that kills me about Drake now with the shit that he's done is it's made a lot of his shit hard to listen to. Even if it was shit you were listening to before. It makes it like,
this is
that's where I go. That's why I'm like, one of the reasons I'm mad at the lawsuit, where I go, why? Like, why? Yeah. You were purposely doing that so real niggas stop fucking with you. That was the point. That had to have been the goal. Like,
I was repellent. That was repellent. I don't want any lyrical miracles around me ever again. If you anything hip hop, get away from me. What are we doing? Like, and it's my thing.
Double XL shit.
What double XL shit?
Double XL. I'm about to react to it tomorrow. Double XL just they did like a story about how it basically, if Drake wins this, I don't know if UMG said it. It was a quote. I don't know who said it. I'm going to look into it, but they basically said this is going to be squashed for mainstream battles. They're not even going to take the. This is what I was saying. This is what I was saying. Because why would if Drake wins, you got to think of business sense.
Right.
Why would that ever be worth it to a record label ever again?
I would argue that it's already too much damage being done, because unless you can control the results of what happens on the internet, which you cannot, why would anybody put themselves out there like that? To your point, I still feel like this narrative, and I don't want to start off a whole nother tangent because I do appreciate your time. I appreciate you. Man, this has been a dope conversation.
Hell yeah, man.
But to your point about this little nigga Drake got heart, every single time after a battle that he did not win, he went on a little bitch fest.
Yeah, he took his ball.
Even when he didn't engage in one with the control verse, he went to about 4 or 5 different platforms.
Yeah.
Crying about what should and shouldn't happen in rap beefs. And it's like, who you were you to determine what's okay? And then after the Pusha T one, and matter of fact, I just don't notice a pattern. Why did he keep, I'm gonna talk to Elliot Wilson. Why he kept coming back to you for these? After every single one of these, he kept coming back to Elliot Wilson. The second time he came back to him was on the interview he had at his house, and he was like, I don't care what you're saying. There's certain things, there's no rules, there's lines you don't cross, buddy. And then he did it. Then he said, I'm going to tell you how much you're not going to cross the line. I'm going to sue the label. That whole heart angle, I just can't see it no more, because if you got heart, that means you got heart to pick the ball up and go home.
No, I remember I was only saying from what would have been a better battle. I'm saying that when Drake does the lawsuit, right, that takes away a lot of shit. But I'm saying that at the time, I still believe Drake and Kendrick was the battle we needed, like the culture needed. It was.
You needed it. You're right.
Yeah, and it was a way better battle. Even just the matchup, it's almost like felt like Luke Skywalker versus Darth Vader, where J. Cole and Kendrick would have felt like Luke Skywalker versus Obi-Wan Kenobi, where it's like, that's cool, but it's not as like the stakes aren't the same shit. Like where it's like where hip hop felt like it was fighting. It was two sides of hip hop fighting for. So J. Cole and Kendrick kind of live in the same side.
Yeah, you and I don't have this conversation if it's J. Cole versus Kendrick. You may not even do a 1 year anniversary unless we just covering the bars. This was a like I said, like Read My Soul says, a canon event.
Yeah.
And we're still experiencing remnants of that change. Like right now, as we're speaking, there's shit happening that you and I can't even see as an effect of that. There's people who haven't dropped that we haven't even thought about.
Have you noticed that?
Yeah, bro. Like they won't even drop singles anymore.
Motherfuckers was like, bro, you keep one of the things that people like, man, you keep talking about Drake. I'm like, my nigga, who the hell is dropping? Like the Young Thug single? That's like, what the fuck? Like,
dog,
nobody's dropping. Everybody's scared, nigga.
I challenge y'all who are like, man, can't y'all talk about something else? Go to Hip Hop DX, go to hotnewhiphop.com right now and look at the top stories.
Exactly.
And you tell me how many stories you want to hear about Kanye West, how many stories you want to hear about somebody's relationship going to hell, how many stories you want to hear about somebody's Instagram. Like that has been the state of the game. So this is why I appreciate
Cardi B and Stephon Diggs. Come
on. Doing, what the fuck are you talking? Like, what are we doing? Like, that's why I appreciate what you have created in terms of the lane, because like, dog, me watching you do the reactions is kind of like what made me say, okay, I'm gonna at least try to get to like understand what this could look like. But bro, you've like revolutionized what that looks like to the point where you now got contact. You just put some news out there the other day that you got a high profile feature. You want to share that again around here in case they missed it?
I didn't know I was gonna do it, but we're doing it. I got a feature with the legend, bruh, Mick Jenkins, bro. That's one of those like. That's why I love this shit. It's kind of like piggybacking off what you said, like where I was a fan of Mick Jenkins before the battle, but with the battle, when he dropped that freestyle where he was in front of that car, it reintroduced me to him. So I react to a couple more of his songs, and I was just like, God, that motherfucker is dope, bro. Yeah. And then I was like, because like I said, and like you said, I'm a rapper. Like, you call me whatever you call me, put whatever label on me, I don't care, I'll take it. But I'm saying, if you ask me what I am, I'm just a rapper who turns on the camera and gives my opinion on rap.
Same here.
Literally.
Same.
So like when I'm doing these reactions or seeing people, sometimes I'd be thinking, man, I think I might be able, if I reached out, I could get a message back or something. Like that's what I'd be thinking. Like, when that was so dope to me, that it was just like, he's so dope that I didn't want to just react. Like, man, we need to do something together. We need to put pen to pad. We need to, and the song is already recorded and done. And we right now in the process of trying to get this video shot. And yeah, that's what's coming.
Go. Congratulations.
I'm trying to drop way more music this year. Trying to keep it consistent with because I caught like a little momentum with the like the Acadiddy, the Op List, the that shit, all of that shit.
Momentum with Acadiddy is crazy, but go ahead.
Oh, bro, let's not even. I was about to rant about him, but let me.
No, you good. You good. We've made this a conversation he doesn't need to be. You know the best thing about what's happening, and there's a term that comes up that changes definitions depending on what generation you talk about is gatekeeping. I think the dopest thing about what we're talking about right now. Not every YouTuber can have this conversation with you and I.
It's two rappers. Let me not even.
I knew what you're about to do, but that's what I'm saying. Like the gatekeeping is already happening without anybody having to close a gate because your experience. It's the same thing when you see now you see, LeBron and Steve Nash having these conversations. Skip Bayless can't jump into those pick and roll conversations. They can't jump into the playbook like that. Maybe a little bit, but surface level. But like, have you actually gone out here in the field? Have you written a verse? Have you recorded? Have you re-recorded? Have you been with other styles of people that made you do things? And let me tell you about the respect. I never told you this before. I ain't never hog-tied nobody either. But I've had rappers. I never hog-tied nobody. I've had rappers reach out to me trying to get a hold of you.
Oh shit.
So you in a very special place now where it's like rappers that everybody in this room know about. That's like, yo, what you think the chances are of connecting me with Scru, like your boy Scru? I'm like I'll text him right now.
That's fly, man.
Like, okay, well, let me make sure I got my shit straight first. Like you'd be surprised, man. But with that said,
that's
man,
gonna be super happy, man.
Come on, you are doing it the right way, and I think that you're gonna be part of something that we all are figuring out what this balance looks like between being a practitioner, active practitioner, but also being one of the top voices, the most powerful voices in this space as well. It's a hell of a responsibility that's never been asked from any generation of rappers or MCs before.
I think
so I salute you, bro.
It's also dope because, like I told you, I've literally been watching you since before I did YouTube. When I was just a strict rap, there's things and strategies that I learned literally from watching your shit, like from uploading, not to like distro, like that type shit, literally. So it's crazy that you've always been around, but like the last year blow up of you of this it's made shit just feel, and like I said, like I call myself an OG, even though like even if your channel's older, like I still feel like it, but like you guys coming back, like it's hard to put into words. It's almost like I said, like, man, one of these days I'm gonna make, or I'm gonna try and do something where I do like the story of like hip hop through YouTube. It's so fascinating, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like that's something like I want Netflix to pick up. Is like the story is so fascinating, and there's aspects of it that only I can tell. That if I don't tell them, nobody else will. And so it's like the scene where it is now is like, bro, it's like I wished for this. Like when I first started doing this shit, it was some. I was getting in trouble for being like, yo, y'all don't think y'all should try to put more black people on the cipher? What?
Yeah, but you know what? You had to find your tribe, or your tribe had to find you because you kept showing up.
No, but this was the thing that made me mad. Hip hop is our tribe. The problem was every now and then sometimes it gets hijacked. Sometimes it gets hijacked, but then the roosters come back to you feel me? Like that's what I feel
on the
like,
roost,
like. That's what it feels like. It feels like the return of. I don't even want to get. You know, I was about to say the product.
Like the return. This is a new era, bro. Because even like when I put that video out there, I knew that there were going to be people who don't understand a lick of what I'm saying, but I have to break it down in a way to help them understand at least my angle and my perspective on this as a writer. I know that most of the people ain't never wrote no damn verse before. And even some people who wrote the verse have never tried to go above their basic skill set, their level 1 skill set. More props to you. I did that because now look at what happened. There's been a domino effect. Like I started seeing a lot of different lyrical breakdowns, technical lyrical breakdowns of the battle. I look at that and I say mission accomplished.
Exactly.
Whether you agree with me or not, we're not letting this shit go. If I push any propaganda here, I know folks want to call folks like, oh man, he must be paid by the propaganda I'm pushing is hip hop. The propaganda I'm pushing is high level art. However you define that, as long as you in that motherfucker putting in your work and you care about what you're doing, that's what I'm here for. I don't care what your style is, where you from. If you care about the shit that you writing when you in that booth, I'm going to bat for you. But if you coming in here and trying to do this shit and hit it like a lick and trying to rip it from the people who actually give a damn about this, that's where I draw issue. I don't care who the name is.
But the dope thing about, you know, everybody being here, and I'm saying everybody from like the big to small, the thing that's dope now, whether win, lose, or draw, good or bad, people call it the Stan Wars, which it gets annoying, but at the end of the day, it is debates about hip hop, it's about rapping, it's about what people said, it's about the lyrics. So to me, that is dope. It feels like when it's at the healthiest, it feels like good barbershop talk. Most of the time, it's the barbershop's an insane asylum. But I'm saying like when it's at this healthiest, it's good barbershop talk, bro. There was for so long where being a culture vulture was not only absolutely fine, it was almost encouraged. It was almost encouraged to treat this shit like a lick. And second it smells like this might not work out for me, you kick it in the ass on the way out, and you go ahead and
these are facts.
fix the whole new shit. So it's like, I appreciate all you guys so much. That's even having these debates is like, it reminds me of like the people I grew up with. Yeah, like this is what we did, bro. We would sit in my 1997 in 2007 Nissan Altima, and my dude, we would do this for about 6 hours, bro.
Easy.
Back and forth, motherfuckers hooting and hollering, the windows fogging up because we getting that shit is fire to me. I feel like that was so missing. And I feel like if you go back and look at my, like, I always loved doing what I was doing. Right. But if you go back to like there's a period I could even see, not that I fell out of love, but like it felt so hijacked, and it felt like I was so a dog in a kennel full of cats that I was just almost like, man, there ain't shit I can do about this. All right, y'all got it. And that's why, like, now this shit gets it like, I did like a 4-hour live stream by myself yesterday, just talking about this shit, nerding the fuck out. Like,
and I wonder why we still continue to talk about this. This is less and less by the day about Drake and Kendrick.
Absolutely.
And this is more so about almost the question I got asked in the one movie. What made you fall in love with hip hop? What made you fall in love with hip hop? Because now I'm looking at, even like, shout out to Rob Markman. He made a video where somebody was like, man, who the F is Rob Markman, or whatever the case. And he got a chance to sit down and tell his story. Yeah, that was academic TV. I said it. But that's what I'm saying. Like, the people who are drawing the most issue with this don't have a connection or a story like that with the Nissan Altima. They don't got a story like, for instance, when you probably was around that time, before that, I was in my Ford Taurus with the homie playing, you know what I'm saying, whoever new shit was out or whatever instrumentals I can get off a LimeWire so we can freestyle.
Hell yeah.
On the way to the mall. And then we get to the mall, look at a few like little baddies or whatever, you know what I'm saying? And then get back to freestyling in the fucking food court. Like, this is the kind of shit that a lot of folks never came up on. And now you have an opportunity to live your own stories, but now you got access to the entire internet. We did this shit by going outside, as X just said. But like, dog, like, you don't see why some people don't enjoy these kind of conversations. I'm sorry, there's not much you could debate when people are not putting the heart or their heart into their music and they just throwing that shit out like it's disposable.
Even this debate that we got into, no matter how head ass what Maul said was, it was a debate. Even if he's lying, even if he's just doing what he got to do to keep his OVO affiliation, he was still arguing lyrical capability. That is fine. Because 2 years ago, niggas would just be like, how many streams has it got? What is it, a hit record? Oh, okay, well then it's a better song.
Exactly.
That was it. That was as deep as it went. And then it was just like, damn, this shit is super dope. I love doing this. I love that there's this many people in here, because I'm telling you, this is the best sign that the culture has returned to itself. And that's why I said also, we gotta just make sure we don't eat our own tail. And that's what I'm pushing against, is in the pursuit of taking Drake down. I just don't want to make sure we don't just eat our own, because it happens sometimes where
it does. You're right.
We get shit back, but then we're also so almost like PTSD from not having it, that we start like squeezing the artistry out of it, because we're afraid that if we let something slip, it'll come back in and say, we lost it again. But it's like, we can, and that's what Drake represents to people right now. Like, if you let this nigga, literally with the if this nigga wins this case, it might be a rap for battle rap. But like, so that's what I'm saying. It's like,
but you know what the beauty of what you just said, and I'll leave it at this. The beauty of this, what you just said, is we are now in an environment where you're required on some level to talk about lyrical content. You're now in a place where we're breaking down lines and having debates about whether or not, I mean, it took the case and it took songs that were very, very disrespectful. But I'm listening to, like, I seen a podcast where Whack 100 was bringing up the same point I brought about the PDFs, plural versus PD. And I'm like, what? Not even 2 years ago, we weren't having these kind of conversations. Now that we're here, though, I don't care if somebody disagrees, agree. It doesn't matter. The fact that we're here is where I want us to be here, so that now some of these younger artists can look at that and say, you know what, I never broke down that line in a complexity. It just sounded dope to me. But I think I could do that, plus add something to it. And now evolve this shit past what we've been talking about. There's no reason why anybody should still be trying to rap like what happened 10, 15 years ago. There should be things that you learn from those high-level artists, and you should be evolving this. And that's all I'm looking to have a conversation of. I put that conversation out there. Now I'm getting all these platforms that only usually post gossip. Now they posting about it. Good. The propaganda is happening, because now we need to make sure that we talk about the art form, and I'm grateful that we're here. So
it's keeping the importance of writing up. But it's also why I think it's a weird time. It is a little weird right now, because I also feel like there's some lyricists that are not capitalizing on this moment
at all. What is that?
Like, where the hell y'all at? Like, y'all should definitely be rapping right now. Like, y'all should grab a beat and rap on it. Goddamn it! Like, grab someone else's beat and rap. Like, there's so many where I'm just like,
why do you think that is?
What up?
If you had to theorize, why do you think that is? These niggas scared, bro.
I feel there's a fear. I feel like you know Jay-Z said something. He said when 50 Cent came out, he went to the rest of the Rock and said, "We gotta duck our heads right now. There's nothing we can do. He's too hot right now. All we can do is weather the storm. There's no point of even trying to combat this." I feel like Dot is having such a white hot moment that niggas don't even want to try to compete, because who was looked at as the biggest artist in the world is not competing. So they're probably looking at us like, well, damn nigga, if he can't beat Luther, what the fuck am I gonna do? And I think that's like where that top 5 right now, the Billboard, is really like a top 2, because that 3 spots are like, what is it, Luther? Isn't a SZA? Is SZA up there? Regardless, basically, it's like
so. Yeah. I'll let you talk about.
2 to 3 spots are already taken, so I feel like niggas are waiting for Dot, his run to be done, to come back.
But why would those who are, like you said, the high level lyricists, why would they be concerned with that when that's not the goal?
I think it has.
If anything, I would argue that this is a better climate for that to even happen. If you have the machine, if you have the income, if you have all the things that are necessary, this is the kind of climate where for instance, someone just said it right now, Rayvon is capitalizing.
So where Rayvon is capitalizing, Daylight is capitalizing.
Like, I think the problem is a lot of artists are still stuck in the legacy industry of media, and they're not understanding your new your new media stop doesn't have to include the Breakfast Club.
Yeah.
If you can stop by and talk to Screwface, talk to Curtis, talk to whoever, you can talk. Like, these are the spaces that you should be in, like, because we're gonna give appreciation to someone
like more views than some of them too. I mean,
like a Big Crit. We're gonna have a different conversation with a Big Crit than somebody else is gonna have who is not into their music, not into what they're doing. Like Jalape's another one. We're gonna have conversations about, dog, imagine this. You're an artist. You've been working on a project for the last year of your life. You put your blood, sweat, and tears into it. And the thing that you got to go in there and talk about in the interview is everything but what you've been working on.
Low key, like when you look at Doechii, no matter what these, like the hate campaigns be, Doechii out here dropping, like, Doechii's working right now. That's how like she did that Playboy Cardi verse she just dropped. She just did the one with West Side Gun.
That shit is crazy.
When she re-dropped the anxiety music video, she working. And there's a lot of people where I said, why are y'all like, I feel like she's, and there's people where I'm just like, why is she out working y'all when technically, like, she's being talked about more than a lot of y'all. She don't really need to be dropping verses like this, which is good, she is, but I just go, I don't understand. With the females, I think it's easier to see where it feels like the females are letting Doechii have a run, and it feels like the males are letting Kendrick have a run. That's what it feels like. It feels like they don't want to even because everything's perception with a
Right.
lot of those people. So they don't want to even perceive it that motherfucker is so much hotter. What are we gonna do? No. Okay, I'll put it like this. Why would somebody talk about artist X's like tour that or show that did great when Kendrick is quite literally doing some stuff where it's like history making for like black artists, like
period.
What is this? What's going to take the headline? So I think they just take it as, and also tickets aren't selling well for unless you one of them acts right now. So it's like I think they just letting Kendrick, Beyonce are kind of squeezing the market out when it comes to touring. And quiet as kept, I kind of feel like that's why it has a little bit to do why Drake canceled the shows. I think it's just like everything's being compared now, which is good. But I think that's why everybody is scared. Because at first I was like, man, it does feel a little quiet. Now it feels like, all right, there's something going on. Motherfuckers got on the
yeah. Because like, my thing is, that ain't stop you from rapping. That ain't stop me from rapping. I'm looking at this and I'm like, even beyond the competition and the business, and I know for some people the business is everything for them, right? No matter if they're lyricists or not. Even besides all that, bro, I'm looking at this and I'm like, y'all don't just want to rap for rap's sake? Are we just not doing that no more? What happened?
Yo, this dude contradiction in the comments section. I haven't really been looking at the comments, but I pulled him up. He said, hey, now, Bobby Shmurda tried.
You leave Bobby Shmurda alone. All right, y'all leave the Shmurda man alone. All right, let that man dance in peace.
That kind of speaks a little bit. But like I'm saying though, like even like Cardi isn't dropping. Like Cardi, like where's the Meg stuff? Where's the stuff? Like I'm talking about like the marquee artists aren't really dropping. Drake, I'm gonna keep it tall. That nigga is dropping. It feels like he's dropping in duress. It feels like he don't want to drop, but somebody's forcing him to continue. I feel like he don't want to drop either because everything it's like he drops something and goes. He dropped Nokia, and then niggas go, oh, that's cool. You're not beating Luther, though.
So possibly, maybe this is another perspective to look at it, too. Maybe there's a lot of artists that have grown comfortable over the last X amount of years and where the game has been and not having to necessarily push it into another gear. Maybe they're at a place now where they're content. They figured out where they want to be, and maybe some of them are scared. Maybe some of them are just lazy, or maybe some of them are just like, I don't got it in me no more. And I say that not to poke fun at some artists because I know this industry has the ability, especially when it comes to black men and black women, to squeeze all that vitality out of us to the point when we get to our 40s, most of my peers can do is make a podcast. That's all they got energy to do left. Right? Their spirit's been broken many a times. Their music has been played with. Their careers have been played with. Their money's been played with. And it gets to the point yeah, I wasn't gonna say. Now I wasn't gonna say nothing about that, but
you know, just started. I had to do it.
That's what I'm saying. Like by the time you get here, it's like I don't even got it. But my thing is, for those of you that are rapping, and I'm not saying that it's just about density. If you got something to say, you got social media. And if you know how to utilize it, you don't got to become a content creator. You got to figure out ways that are traditional to promoting your music and non-traditional. Like I know there's a rapper right now that I follow, and all he do is get on the phone and say something that's like kind of motivational, but he'll be like, fuck, nigga. He'll be like, ain't nobody even thinking about you, fuck, nigga. Keep on what you're doing.
I know exactly who you're talking about.
He raps. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
But that's what I'm saying. The fact that I'm now inside of his ecosystem, now that I'm in his ecosystem, now I'd be open to hearing that he even raps because now I know something he does. I don't require being a top tier content creator. Just make some shit that is outside of your music that helps to support your platform. And I think that people are figuring it out. And I think we're in a place now where it's like, dog, if you rap, and it's funny because Daylight said this to me before all of this shit cracked off. Because he be telling the future and shit. He was like, man, get that notebook out, dust it off. He says, but in a second, it's going to be time to really, really rap. And it's going to be a huge spotlight for those who do it. And I'm noticing, bro, a lot of these ciphers are popping up that haven't been there before. Even I'm looking at XXL and I'm like, let me find out y'all about to bring some rappers back to the ciphers.
I mean, that's just so dead.
Because but you know what that means. I mean, even if it don't work out for them, we know that that's a reflection of, oh, there's money here. Oh, let's try it.
Yeah. I also think it was just it's just like a great time to be like a rapper's rapper right now. It's really fun. I'm having more fun doing music and doing YouTube than I ever have, really. I actually feel like I have a community now.
Yeah.
A lone wolf. You know what I mean? So yeah, the shit's dope. I just had somebody said, I'm like distracted because T Glow is like, Scru got to get a fan in that. I mean, a fan in that room. Like, my nigga, you ain't never lied. Here's the problem: the fan that I used is in my son's room, and he's sleeping right now. So I knew I was gonna be cooking this motherfucker. Yeah. I knew I was gonna be cooking. I just knew.
He brought a CD out. That's how I know it's hot. He was like,
yeah, I've been fanning myself when I've been in church the whole time.
Once again, getting back to that nostalgia, this is how I used to be going over to homie grandma house, and he only got one fan, and it's like, hey, we'll do this shit for free.
Yo, I stick to the furniture too.
Like, man, you stupid, man. He ain't even gonna man, if he went to the booth in Rap City, he wouldn't have shit to say. He ain't even that dope. Like, these are the kind of conversations that happen, man. Look, I want to respect your time, bro, and I appreciate you, man. You want to plug the merchandise that we're wearing, by the way, before I get to these? Because I'm gonna read some super chats after you gone.
My boy got the hip hop is a sport. I mean, no, he doesn't. He has the protect hip hop culture. You know what I mean? Black T-shirt at fromthevillage.us. You can go grab that right now because it's more than merchandise. It's a mission statement. And that's really the conversation we were having on both sides. It's really just protecting the culture. And then this one is y'all ain't even peeped they ain't even peeped the bar I had. This was a bar the whole time.
Not like us.
Nigga, this the They Not Like Us. Hip Hop is a Sport t-shirt. Go grab that too. Had a lot of fun. Shout out to you. That shit's fun. Shout out to the community. Shout out to the chats.
They're not used to that.
Having this conversation, man.
Come on, man. I appreciate you, bro. They're not used to that. They're not used to seeing this shit. Somebody was ready to sit there and spin this into a reaction video. We need to dig deeper into this conversation between, is the S really a sign of deeper things going on between Screwface and Curtis King? Head asses. Man, shout out to you, my dog.
My guy.
Come on.
Oh, wait, Big Zo in this motherfucker.
Big Zo. Yeah. Big Zo right there. Yeah. Shout out to Big Zo. I see Jalopy was in and Read My Soul. All the family.
Oh, okay.
Moni was in here.
I haven't been looking at the chat. I kind of want to see some of these super chats. I just not.
All right. Well, let's start off with this one. They got a special request real quick. Damn, it's a few of them. Shout out to y'all. Nittler. Can we get Screwface to react to Kendrick Rigor Mortis music video, please? Love both your channels. Keep up the good work.
I'm gonna definitely get there. The craziest shit is I have a lot of Kendrick shit, like especially like music videos that I never did because, and it's funny. It's so funny because if you go back to my channel, this speaks to how I said YouTube was a completely different place that hip hop is. I tried to do Kendrick Lamar shit. I did Good Kid, Mad City. I did the little EP one, the little Good Kid, Mad City with the leaks and shit, with the extra songs. I did a lot of Kendrick, but it wasn't like catching on like my other shit, right? So at the time, it was just like, man, the audience don't want to hear this. So it's actually like beautiful that that shit got preserved because I can go and do that shit now.
Oh, you about to eat for your investment. Like what you did was plant seeds when people were like, man, why he doing that? Drake just put out something. And it's like, just you wait. 2024, something might happen. And it showed it. I think you might have freezed. Oh, you frozen? Oh, I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna wait till it gets situated. I ain't gonna do you like that. Your camera froze, by the way. I'm just letting you know. I can't do my dog like that. Because if he just stood it like that, y'all will be on my head. Why you do that to him? I didn't do nothing. Okay. Shout out. He's still here. Look. See, that's not right. I can't do that to my guy. Come on, man. All I want to know is, can I get my S back, though? Can I get my other S back? Can I get my S back? Thank you for this super chat, Nedler. He's still there. Just like, that's crazy. Okay. he go. Shout out to Scru.
Somebody gonna have to tell the truth, and I'm gonna tell it.
Happy Valley Farms, his writers, quote, CKQ. Somebody got to tell the truth, and I'm going to tell it. I don't know what you're talking about. That wasn't a Freudian slip or nothing like that. Marshall, nobody can say Scru is biased. Hey, they can say I'm biased. Every day of my life, I had to fight. I'm finna be biased in the book. What is bias? Is bias not having the ability to see outside of your own opinion? Is that what we're saying? It is. Because I think that I've displayed many a times where I was like, okay, I can see why you feel that way. Okay. But if there's certain things that you just don't budge on, what's wrong with that? Especially when they're foundational. Isn't the truth biased? I mean, I guess depending on what you think the truth is, I've had it described to me that this is how perspective works. It's a beach ball. A beach ball may have a certain order of colors, and you may see red, yellow, white. I turn around, I might see white, yellow, red. Doesn't mean that what you have is not the truth. It just means that based upon your perspective, that's what it is. Okay, you back. I had to stop it, bro, because they had you like, it looked like narwhal. I was like, I can't let him do my boy like that. The Smoke said, what bothered me was it was clear that Family Matters was 2 old verses on Kendrick and a new one for the others, and that others verse was hot. Okay. V. Conley.
I don't know if they're old. I don't know how you can tell they're old, but
V. Conley. Shout out to V. Conley. Thank you to Smoke. And shout out to Super Sticker from Tessa Mac. Okay, V. Conley. Hollow the Don exposed Charlie Clips for his 4-bar setups. Everyone knew it, but once Hollow made the example in the battle, we never saw Clips the same way. How you feel about that?
I would say that Hollow the Don said that his shit was predictable, and everybody's been saying that his 4-bar setups were predictable, but that was the way that he sets up. All of these dudes was doing 4-bar. Drake wasn't even doing 4-bar setups. I'm saying that that's different because that's a specific. We're talking about words. That was why I was specifically onto the words, not the technical ability, not the flow, not the cadence, which is not the way he sets up the bars and shit like that. But I was saying, but then also, regardless of if Clips does 4-bar setups, nobody would say Clips is lyrically whack. Mm-hmm. That's my point. Mm-hmm. Though he does that a lot, and though he pointed it out, that's kind of my point. You wouldn't go to anybody in battle rap and say Charlie Clips is whack. There's been people who say Charlie Clips is the best battle rapper ever. That was a narrative for a while.
So how would you define utilizing one technique over a variety of techniques? What would you define that as?
I don't define it as anything. It's how you use the technique. Was it good? What was it great? Because I feel like if I start doing that, then we start making it more like math, where it's like I can't call it anything. I got to hear it first. I got to see what you're saying. I can't, before I hear a verse, say, if you used one literary tool and he used 2 literary tools, that means he's lyrical and you're not. I got to hear it. No matter what.
I get that because there's other things to pay attention to, and you can't just paint it black and white like that. What if we did this Street Fighter? If you got, let's say you got Guile and I got Chun-Li, and every time you come to me, I push X rapidly, and then you keep getting beat with it. No matter how many times you sweeping the legs, you jumping in the air, you just Would you then call that game player a skilled game player because of the utilization of one move?
But like I keep saying, he wasn't utilizing one move. Remember, he started with, before he even gets to the Asian stuff, it's a different rhyme schemes. There's different rhyme scheme he flips. But I'm saying that so for instance, I was real good at Mortal Kombat X, right?
Right. She said,
well, I played Sub-Zero, right? And I had one combo, right? Mm-hmm. That now I had other things that I would get you, but really my goal was to set you up for this one combo that I could
Right.
I would half your life going down once I catch you in this motherfucker. So I can't say right away because they're using less moves. One isn't skills. So how are you using that move? How are you
just standing in one place like my little sister would?
But
is she a better player than me?
No,
is she exhibiting high-level Street Fighter skills by sitting in the corner and doing the ball rock thing and go like that, not the ball, like
wait, we keep shifting what the argument is. I'm saying that
wait. Why your name got 2 S's? You being funny now,
huh? I be barring them because nah, damn, now I forgot what I was gonna say. But I was saying that
I forgot about this whole live. I don't even know what we talking about no more. Why you got 2 S's? You were being egregious. How about that? You hitting what is it? What you say? You spamming that button right now.
There's
all of damn S's.
There's something about that shit. I don't know why is extra funny to me. That S shit.
I'm so angry that you said extra with an S. Ain't no S in extra. Ain't nobody ever hogged. I ain't never hog tie nobody. The fact that you put you said extra. I'm just. It's the extra S. Extra ain't got no S.
You ain't even peep. I threw the S on it. You dig? Like he ain't even. Come on, man. Catch up. This high level. This high level rapper right here.
See, that's that shit I be talking about. I don't even. Getting my S back. I'm gonna figure it out. Happy about.
But what I was gonna answer you though.
Go ahead.
Is I never said that Kendrick is by far the better street fighter.
Sure.
No question about it. I'm just saying I didn't think that Drake was a bad street fighter player. That's just my only point.
So can you cash at me that other S?
What you mean?
I'm just playing. I don't even know what that means. Jim said average rappers make rhymes that fit their words. GOAT rappers make words fit their rhymes.
And both rappers are, I mean, you can't just say average rappers make rhymes fit their words. Wait, GOAT rappers make words fit their rhymes? But you're just saying that is, I get the joke of it. It's funny and with the crayon shit, I get it. But you cannot say that unless you were there while he was writing or you knew what he was writing. That is an assumption though. Like you can't go, he's making the words rhyme because it's like he has some sort of deficiency. It's like, what do you mean? Because if he would have wrote the verse like twice, the only way you could even say that, I don't know how you prove that, is if he like wrote the verse twice and one of them was when he was trying and one of them was when he wasn't, then you would know. But how can you say, you know how annoying, hold on, Curtis, do you know how annoying it would be if somebody heard one of your verses and then told you that? And you're like, no, that's not, I did use this kind of thing. You can't tell me.
I remember when it was a time that somebody tried to say, said, you better respect the G when I'm right before your I like the H letter. When I said that in a verse, somebody came in a line, pushed his glasses up and said, I'd like an autograph of the CD, but I'd also like to correct you for your bars. I've been said this shit. I remember when I put songs out and I said, Martin had a dream and it looked just like me. And a young nigga came up to me and said, Malcolm had a dream and it looked just like me. I mean, Malcolm had a dream, but that's not what I was getting at. Martin, you didn't even connect. So I'm used to people misconstruing lyrics all the time or misconstruing technicalities. Yeah, it would be annoying, but at least we're talking about that.
Oh, no, it's great. It's great.
Versus them saying like, y'all can't really rock with it because it didn't fit my vibe.
The vibe, yeah.
No,
I love it. I love
that shit. It's my vibe.
I love all that shit.
But what about the vibe? That boy Cam said Drake had good punchlines. I had better angles, plus some quotables.
Yeah, I agree. Drake had good punchlines. He didn't have better punchlines. He had good punchlines. Dot for sure. That's what Dot put a masterclass of strategy and being a master tactician. Is that the word? Technician, whatever. Being a master, he showed exactly how to dissect you with strategy because he didn't need to lyrical, like how complex, like even like the beginning of 616 is. He doesn't rap like that. No, Not Like Us. Like he doesn't do that type of type, but he didn't need to. That he knew by the time this lands, this nigga gonna be a pack, and we need a celebration song.
To me, that's what I'm getting. Tactician, they're right. I'm sorry, tactician. I'm the last person. You know, you be saying pronunciations around here, hyperbole and all that other shit. But the thing about it is the fact that Kendrick could, in any competitor, is able to say, I can whoop you with so many styles right now. Let me give you a glimpse of it with just the first verse of a 616 in LA. To me, 616 in LA was appreciated a lot more now than it was in the moment. To me, people in general, I think we're like, okay, we're heating up. It's getting what's happening here. What is he talking about? But he literally gave you almost to me what the equivalent of a Daylight first round would be. There's going to be things that if you're not used to this style, it's going to take some catching up to. The fact that that first verse was a breakdown from the perspective of a Drake and having, you know, the drink spilled on him and having these things that are alluding to information that he might have, also exposing that there may be leaks in his actual crew, talking about some of the people that are reacting to the first round of this. Like when I look at that, I'm like, oh shit, he's showing you I have the ability to do this, but I won't even have to do this to kick you off or to take you down. To me, that's just that it's a masterclass from someone who has always had that capability and has showcased it in different styles of songs along the way.
So, yeah, that's true. I just, like I said, I just don't think Drake was whack. I just think like lyrically.
Yeah.
Angle wise, some of them angles was whack as shit. Some of them angles was whack as fuck. I ain't gonna lie to you. But a lot of those live in the Heart Part 6. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna just keep flying through this. There's a few of them. Blackjack Gaming said, yeah, you could say Kendrick out-rapped him, but also Drake as a person is whack. He's a lever. What's a lever?
That's a lever.
I feel like I said something. I'm finna get a yellow dollar sign on this video just because of that damn word. Kevin said, there are whack parts of Heart Part 6.
For sure.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for the super chat. Screw, I think most of us felt when we heard Euphoria was that it immediately confirmed our belief that Drake just isn't capable of rapping like that.
I think low key, I don't know about rapping like that. I think what Euphoria did was immediately confirmed to Drake he couldn't beat this nigga. I'm gonna keep it real. One of my new theories after revisiting this shit, when you when you're not in the moment and it's exciting and you go back and you listen to it, I feel like Drake didn't give up on the Heart Part 6. He kind of gave up on Family Matters because just where he barely raps about Kendrick and really the Kendrick disses are Whitney disses, but then when he really starts, all right, it's like it felt like in hindsight like he gave up, and even some of the shit that he was saying felt like, oh, he know he can't beat this nigga like it. I don't know if it's the lyrical shit. I just think he felt like he knows too much about me because Euphoria is a bunch of threats. If you go back to Euphoria, it's a bunch of hey. And so I think he was like, oh, this nigga know too much. So that's why you have to cook up we gave you the angle. So whatever you say, they're not going to believe it. Even if it's true, we have to cook up that angle. So it's like,
I think bold-faced lied. But I think you're right. And that Family Matters was a moment that, you know what that reminds me? You know what verse 2 is to me? It's like watching two people getting ready to get into a fight, and one of them pull their shirt off. They pull their hat off. Hold my shit, man. I'm finna whoop this nigga. Hey, watch what I do. Watch what I do. Please don't kick my ass. And then he punch. And it's like, don't do all that woofing in the second verse if you don't have that woofing for the third verse. How when you get to rapping about Weekend, those are more potent bars than Kendrick is up in there now. Somebody handing my granny right now. Like, what are we doing right now?
I think he really fucking hates The Weeknd. That when I went back and listened to Family Man, I was like, God damn, you didn't hate Kendrick enough. I feel like you had the hate Kendrick had for you for The Weeknd, because and that's what I said in my live. I said, if this was a battle between just The Weeknd and Drake,
yeah,
boys, The Weeknd smoked that R&B nigga. Smoked that R&B nigga. God
what
damn.
the hell?
But I was like, bro, you gotta you gotta have that energy for Kendrick, nigga.
Yeah, he is aiming at your head. He just told you to walk around like Daft Punk, and you said, "Wait a minute, I gotta talk to the Weeknd and the Future and everybody else first."
It's like a nigga
what are we
punching you in
doing?
the mouth. You fall down and you get up and go, "Hey,
I know
what
you
are
ain't
laughing
talking.
at?
I know you're not
You
talking.
over there. What are you? Hey, you better not be laughing, nigga.
I know this nigga ain't talking about, nigga. You got blood gushing, and you. I know you not. You know I'll whoop your ass, right? Like you better pay attention. Man, even ChatGPT 3 could have written a verse better than that. I'm done arguing. We good. We good, man.
Drake Jalopy said some real shit. Drake had better angles he could have taken, but he would have had to understand certain shit to know how to take them, the contest to take it. He was never confident in himself. And yeah, that's absolutely true. I just think, and Drake also shot too fast. Believe it or not. I think he was too excited to go. Like he just wanted to squash the social media noise. So I think he didn't think it all the way through. He didn't stop and really like.
So it's premature ebarulation.
Yeah. Hey yo. Yeah, because I think it was.
Nigga had premature.
He was more worried about the perception, and the internet was kicking his ass. Because you remember the bomb. You remember how just the word bomb took over like TikTok and the internet.
Yeah.
I knew that shit was haunting that nigga. And that nigga's like, yo, we have to drop something. And I think if he really would have stopped and really like thought about it, maybe even like, yo, what could I da-da-da-da-da? But like what Jalapi's talking about with like the Hotep type angle type thing, if he's doing that, but he don't got that's what I heard Torre say that. He don't got the knowledge probably and he shot too fast to get that knowledge. He didn't stop and go, man, how could I diss this nigga? And then go do some research. That's what you're supposed to do.
Busted his bar nuts way too early. All right, I'm done off this conversation. Thank you, Read My Soul, for that addition. Juan Solo, the first two bars are bitten from K Dot. First bar from Euphoria, the second one from 616, and you could tell he wrote this with that 2012 bar structure. Hey man, I used to write like that back when I heard it do it on I'm Serious. That's how old that bar structure is.
I mean, it's just multi-syllable bar structures are old too.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that are just. The thing about it is, it's not an attack on the actual technical skill. That's not what this is for me, at least. This is when you overly. How can I put this? When you rely upon one and it becomes a crutch. I start looking at that and saying, are you not capable of doing more things?
But he showed as a Family Matters, he did other things. That was my point. What your first thing that you said was my entire point of this, is that not taking away from the lyrical ability, that he was rapping good. Like that wasn't whack is what I'm saying.
Yeah. I just think that there's some people who have one weapon. And they're gonna shoot that weapon, and they may be a sharpshooter. It's almost like literally like a sharpshooter in the NBA. They can shoot from the 3-point, but do not ask him to drive to the basket. That is not his game. Do not ask him to do anything but stand in that corner, hit that 3, pull up, go to the free throw line. Anything else outside of that. But I wouldn't consider him to be of the same tier as somebody else who was able to do that as just a part of their.
So you don't put Steph Curry on the top tier?
Huh?
You don't put Steph Curry on the top tier? That's basically Curry. Like
no, Curry got the mid range. Curry can drive it to the basket. Curry got handles.
Curry's, especially in the beginning, his main, like we know what we know. Well, come on, man. We know what his weapon is. He's a shooter. Like we know that. But that's my point. He had to get some other things in his game, but he was beating people, shooting them out. The Warriors were beating people, shooting their lights out. But
he didn't become Steph until he was able to do those other things. He showed glimpses of Steph by having his range and being able to shoot from that became his calling. But I'm telling you that there's other parts of his skill set to where he's such a weapon on a 3-point line that you can't play him close because he can also drive past you because of his handles. He also has good court vision. He's able to pass it off. To me, in this example, Kendrick is more Curry than Drake is.
I think where it's more like, I think it's the exact opposite, because there's people who would say you're using Curry could use the 3 as a crutch. There's a lot. Matter of fact, it's a perfect example, because there's a lot of people who say that the same way that Drake ruined music with the way that he raps, there's a lot of people who said Steph Curry ruined the NBA because of he relied that 3-point shot is a crutch. That's what I don't agree with that. I'm just saying it's the same thing. But if he could to call him not a skilled basketball player because that is something that he leans on is not right to me.
I want to give this jacket back to you. The one you keep trying to hand over me, the one you keep handing it to me, I'm gonna give you this jacket back, okay?
I'm not saying you. I'm just saying if anybody who thinks, I'm not telling you literally. We just.
I'm gonna need your address so I can send this jacket back to you, because it don't fit me. It don't fit me. I ain't never said that. I ain't never hog-tied nobody. Alex Nuss said, I think people are critical of Drake using one rhyme pattern because he does it so much. It's not impressive anymore. It puts a ceiling on his talent. What is his talent outside of singing and rapping?
But he does. Okay, one thing, this is where it feels like propaganda. We used one song, The Heart Part 6, where he was using multiple rhyme patterns. That's just objectively wrong. Then you could say that he's using the same word, but that is a fact. Just go look at it. We could show you multiple patterns. He was doing internal rhyming in Family Matters. So like, what do you mean critical of Drake one rhyme pattern? It's not the one rhyme pattern. It's just that we're harping on this now and making it matter when before it didn't matter, when before rhyming a lot of work. I mean, using a rhyme pattern the whole time was looked at as a skill. And Eminem is somebody who used to be live and die on that shit.
If you had a battle,
like he's the greatest lyricist ever. Because
if you had a battle in a week, would you allow Drake to write your first and third round?
I would never let anybody write. What kind of question is that?
Hey, you was open to the idea. I'm just giving scenarios.
I would be open to the idea. That's disgusting. I'm offended that you even asked some shit like that.
Hey man, say you had a controversial battle where they say you're not allowed to write your lyrics, and say you had an opportunity to have Drake to write your lyrics. Would you trust that?
I wouldn't trust. That's such a. You would trust another going into a
I'm
battle.
Just playing. That was propaganda. That was propaganda. Don't even answer that. I'm just playing. That was propaganda. That was propaganda. That was propaganda.
Jay-Z, MF. I'm not gonna trust another nigga rhymes and just go up. What if
I just wanted to show y'all the difference. I know Scru really like that. I know Scru's really a writer. I know he's really a rapper. That's why I did that. I'm just don't mind me. Don't mind me. I'm just over here being a troll sometimes. Shout out to Alex. He was about to go in. Like, no, I'm not going to. That's the reason why I don't respect what he does.
No.
As a lyricist, that's the main reason that we even have an issue here. The moment that happened, I said, wait a minute. You don't even be writing this mid shit?
I mean, that's a different argument completely. I agree with that. That's
Corey Tidwell says, Screw, it comes off as weak because Kendrick showed us so much range and versatility while Drake's approach felt limited in comparison. Or do we just notice how limited it's already been because it's almost like putting somebody next to somebody who does that thing so much better. And we never seen it like that because of the context that it's now being put in. Like it's an environment now where it's head to head. We've never had to have that conversation.
Okay, do you want to know how I know? And I feel like people's memory is bad. You want to know how I know that this shit is? Thank you, Jalopy. Thank you. Yes, that's what you want to know how I know this shit is propaganda. Why was nobody saying this until the Fighting Irish freestyle dropped? Why is somebody who covered this entire thing? Nobody cared about the Asian until that thing dropped. Now, all of a sudden, we go back in retrospect. That is lame to me. That's like
no. That's called opportunity. That's called when you're having a campaign. That's the moment where what's the one presidential the one presidential nominee? He said, "We're gonna go to Georgia." Yeah.
Was it McCain?
No, it wasn't McCain. McCain didn't have that kind of energy. Whoever that was, he said, yeah. He said, like, you know, you didn't fucked up, right? And they put that plaster in it. The first thing that we should hear after a battle, after that depleted Heart Part 6, after them Howard Dean, the last thing that we should hear from him is something in Asian, some of the ablation, some of the dictation, some of the because then I looked at it, and you know what the first thing I said? I didn't even pay attention to the rhyme scheme at first. I said, damn, that's the first version of Drake I ever heard.
Hold on.
And then I'm like, wow, he does like T-I-O-N a whole lot, huh? He's been doing this for a long time. People started noticing it. Because you put yourself in a place where now people are hyper focused on the things that you say. Now they're like, wait a minute. I'm pretty sure there are Drake fans who said Kendrick wouldn't stand a chance versus Drake. And then they saw this and they were like, how is this possible?
Mm-hmm.
That's all
what I'm saying is like this was a better space, or it was a more even keeled. I feel like the more things devolve into the Stan Wars, the more stuff like that happens. I don't think it's because people just now realize that he was doing that. I feel like it's just that has become something where, because there's a lot of rappers who do that Asian rhyming, especially when they're trying to do complex rhyming. There's a lot of them. Like Drake is not the only person that does that.
Hold on. I hate to do this. I'm trying to get through these. There's a lot of super chats. There's a lot of super. Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. Let me get this one. This nigga said, I just want to be successful. Oh yeah, Trey, I effing feel you. They be staring at the money like it's unfamiliar. I get it. I live it. To me, that's nothing realer. Just enough to solve your problem. Too much to kill you. And when I leave, I always come back right here. The young spitter that everybody in rap fear. A lot of y'all are still sounding like last year. The game needs change, and I'm a mother effing cashier. I'm not debating whether or not that sonically feels good within the context of the song. He is doing his job as a rapper on a song. I'm telling you, that's the same pony that he's riding even in a high profile battle. And I am surprised because I thought there was more diversity in his skill set and he would display it after this 13 years of back and forth between him and Kendrick.
Hold on. Did Drake not have multi-rhyme syllables? And in the entirety of this battle, did Drake not have multi-rhyme syllables and internal rhyming? Did he or did he not?
He had moments.
Okay. So when you keep the absolute statement, you're making some absolute statements where he didn't. Like, he did show that. He didn't show as much as Kendrick, which is not the conversation we're having, like I said 100 times. But I'm saying to go, but that's not what happened though. Like, he did use the Asian. We purposely chose for the hard part 6, and we're only really talking about one part because he didn't rhyme that the whole time. He rhymed it for a long time, but he didn't rhyme it the whole time. He wasn't doing the Asian.
I'm saying if you zoom out of the actual rhyming word, the shun is just something that's easy for the masses to attach to. If you just pop out of that and you're looking at what is structurally being done, the same structure applies from line 1 to the last line with very little swaying into other.
But that's specifically just on the hard part 6.
I'm saying it's the same thing on the first verse of Family Matters. He gives you a little variation on the second verse, but that variation is just because of now the utilization of a drill beat and him saying a hip hop, nigga, gift shop, nigga. It's the same trick in different colors. It's the same jacket in different colors.
No, he's lining up syllables different on that. The flow, and he's internally rhyming. Like I said, this is just a weird precedent.
It's hot out there too. I'm not trying to do this with you. I'm trying to get through these super chats, man. Look at what y'all did, man.
And Jalopy, by the way, he said that when he said that they're grading Drake on a curve, he's saying that they give extra points, which right now I wholeheartedly disagree with what I've seen.
Okay.
Just from what I'm seeing right now, because there's some of the greatest. Not that kind of free. I'm talking about my nigga Dave, your man a little K. I'm talking about Mini Drake, and to act like he didn't say that is just like, all right, bro. I'm not the one that's saying that that's taking away. To be like Drake landed in the same place. No, he didn't. That's not true. You could say that he did it a lot. You could say that he did more than Kendrick. But it's like, bro, no, that's just not true. Like, he had a lot of different rhyme patterns throughout this battle, but I guess it don't count. We only paying attention to the ones that are the Asian.
Protect hip hop culture. That's all I got to say about that.
Facts.
Look at my shirt. Look at my shirt. That's all that matters. Kaylani, Drake has been exposed. Drake is not versatile. What are we saying here? People are saying he's whack because he possibly didn't write his most lyrical shit.
I mean, what is his most lyrical shit?
That's the funny part about it. I left this alone. I don't want to get back into it. But every time somebody is trying to convince me of this, you're the first person, matter of fact, that has ever brought up a bar. They can't never give a bar when they say he out rapping or he's putting his foot in the ass of some lyrics. They can never give a bar.
I mean, Drake's Tuscan Leather versus Immaculate.
No. I'm talking about this battle because
no, I'm speaking to her thing. She said his most lyrical. She's saying in the battle wasn't it? How? Why?
I'm assuming it's in the battle, but even if you bring up that, once your pen becomes in question, what are we giving you credit for? Your ability to recite it?
That's a fact, but that's what I'm saying. I don't know. That needs to be clarified.
I think it's in the context of the battle. I'm gonna just assume that it all is.
You could say that he's no. That's a completely different statement. Saying that Drake is whack. I think Drake is whack because he has a ghostwriter, and any niggas have had ghostwriters whack. I completely rock with you with that, but that has nothing to do with what I'm saying. I'm saying just for what we're reading, assuming he didn't. If it comes out and he didn't write it, obviously all of this shit's null and void because we don't even know what his pen is on that. So, but I'm saying just to have this debate, let's just assume he did. Otherwise, what's the point of what we're saying?
60 Love and Music. I appreciate you. Jonathan Foy, we hear raps too. He can't rap that M verse, then rap the heart part 6 and say because they use some of the same technical skills that are the same. No, y'all trying to get us to hash up another conversation. But I do think that's always interesting when you think about if the roles were reversed. Could I ever imagine? And it's not supposed to happen because those are two different artists. I think that's where we start to police the art, and I agree with you. But you would never hear a verse like what you heard from really even not like us. You would never hear that approach from a Drake on a song. You could never even imagine his voice delivering something like that. But I just think that also we got to think of this as different styles of boxers.
That's what I'm saying. But that doesn't. I feel like people aren't hearing what I'm saying. I feel like we're speaking past what I'm saying.
Yeah,
that isn't what you. That last thing you said is exactly what I'm saying. Where it's just like, yeah, but I'm saying that it's two different styles of boxers. Loaded Lux does not battle rap like Geechee Gotti, but those are two great battle rappers.
Right.
There's some people who say Geechee's style is simple. There's some people who say Geechee does a lot of one syllable, just rhyme at the end of the stuff. But if for someone would tell me that dude isn't lyrical or that he's whack or that he's lazy, then I go, yeah, now we've lost the plot. Now we've lost the plot.
You talking about me? I for sure was the one that said it's lazy. When I seen that shit, I was very disappointed. I said, because I said the same thing today that I've been saying since the first time that Successful dropped. I said, oh, this nigga, when they say this nigga barring up, I said, how do you define barring up? Because I've heard some of the greatest coming up. And if somebody walked in the studio with that, they'd be like, oh no, that's just a cool little, you know, he cool, bro. He do what he do. Nobody would look at that and say, oh shit, like this little nigga's one of them. And that might be a generational thing. And I have to also respect that there may be some differences along the way from not just me and you, but all of the different conversations. But once again,
Drake got crazy on Tuscan Leather, by the way. If you want to hear like a Drake verse, like he got dumb on Tuscan Leather.
Man, him and them riders, bro, they got a great chemistry. Cultured.
You see, you just don't want to give him no credit whatsoever. But hey, if he didn't,
hey,
I
man.
get it though. But I get it though.
I hear you. I agree with. I feel like as making a different point, it'd be helpful if Scru states what he conveys. No, he did. I'm just, mind you, this is from way back. This is damn near an hour ago. It's up to you whether or not you want to hang off of these because it's a large collection of them. I'm a proud rap snob. Okay. All right, Gems. Okay. He ain't jacking that. The Jada Kiss example doesn't work because you don't just read raps, you hear Rakim's rhymes and know he's actually saying something.
But if we're just talking about the technical ability, then we're not talking about how what Huron we're saying. We're talking about how they wrote it.
Yeah. Look, man. I hope you're not viewing this as an. I'm just going in line. I'm not viewing. I hope you're not viewing this as an attack or nothing like that.
No. These are I know. I already know. That's my point, though. Where I go, and you got to know, I don't like Drake either. I'm not on the Drake side either. But I know that's my point. That this is the popular thing. But I don't. It's not. It's just not true. Like, I mean, I don't. I don't feel like I even after this feel like it's anymore.
I salute you, bro, because you for sure. If somebody asked me to come here and do this, that's how I know you. Hey, man. Maybe that means you got a lot more love for all of this than I do, because I don't know if I could have did what you did today. I don't know if I could have sat there and said, no, this is where Drake did. I don't know if I could have. Hey, man, you did something I couldn't do today.
I was saying when people be like, Screw's an OVO, it's like, no, I'm absolutely not, nigga. Like, right. No, I'm absolutely.
You made that very clear.
That's what I'm saying. It's like I don't. It's that I am no longer on the side of the nigga who sues for battle rap and could potentially end battle rap. If Kendrick were to do this, I would be doing the same shit.
Same here. Same here.
I don't need to take away from Drake to make Kendrick feel better. I feel like that's just ends up being Scru Wars shit.
Yeah. Thank you for this super chat. Dom PZ Kazama says Drake dwelling in the same subject matter again was lazy. The rhyme scheme with no punch or potentially is lazy. Bars overpowered by the rhyme scheme. Okay. Well, you want you oh yeah. Shout out to you.
I don't know why my should be. You can keep going. My bad.
Oh yeah. Pyrotic said, I think the problem is that the rhyming tool is simple, but Drake doesn't do anything else with his lyrics. Red isn't a bad color, but it takes a lot of other techniques to make a painting with one color.
That's not true. I've seen people do immaculate paintings with one color.
You can get different shades. You can get
It's still one color. That's why I say this. That's not being objective if you're saying that Drake painted with one shade the entire time. That's just not. You can say he painted with a lot, but to say that he did it the entire time is just objectively not true.
What he gripped that crayon and colored is none of our business. Okay. Shout out to Jaime Martina. The name of the AZ song is called We Can't Win. I love y'all for having this conversation. It's so needed. Well, appreciate
is that what it's called? Bro, I've been looking for that song.
We Can't Win.
Oh my God. I've been looking for that song my entire life.
There it goes.
Bro, when I heard this was back when cars had CD players in them. So I never knew the name of the song. And I've been trying to search for that for my whole life.
There you go. There you go. Look, that's how you know we're in the right place.
Hell yeah.
Tell Scru wasn't battling to be the GOAT at the time either. Tell Scru wasn't battling.
And wasn't battling to be the GOAT at the time either. Yes, he was. Everybody's battling to be the greatest. What?
Yeah.
That's the point of battling. You see, I'm better than you, and you better than me. Okay, come see.
This is why we got to have conversations like this, because I don't think they realize that you could beat a homie, but I'll be damned if I write something voluntarily to be the worst verse on this song. I'm going for the best verse of the song because you called me and said, I need you to do what you do best. Now, whether you think one is better than the other, that is subjective, but nobody goes in there with the intent of everybody just have a nice game and let's just not in rap, not in lyricism. If you know you're dealing with somebody that's one of them ones, you bring your A game. That's what's being asked. Melodic says the delivery, the inconsistencies, the content, and lack of belief in his own lyrics is what we're talking about with the hard part 6. Zero cadence and flow switches had it sounding chat GPT-ish. They own that.
It's another thing I'm starting to realize, and you got to be like, just be real with me. You don't feel like on both sides of these stand wars that one person will say like a literal specific thing. This will happen with like Drake's side too. And then everybody starts regurgitating that same exact thing. That chat GPT-ish thing is starting to be like, You heard a nigga say that. It's like, how is everybody just saying I see when I call it out when they do it on the Drake side, when everybody's saying like when one day it's like you know how they all like feel like they get together and have like today we're gonna push this agenda, and they'll literally use K-bots. Like you're K-bots because you heard somebody else say it. So it lets me feel like you're not really looking into this as deep. You're just taking it and saying, because it's like I feel like nobody. All right, man.
It's the same thing that happens in politics where somebody will put out a narrative, and then if enough people pick it up, even if it's Photoshop, even if it's something that has no, like for instance, I forget the whole story with the dude who had the tattoos on his knuckles, and I think that Trump was like, oh, he's part of the MS-13, and it came out that that photo was actually Photoshop. They kept pushing that narrative. I think the same thing exists here, just because people, you know, some people are purposely obtuse. Some people don't care about the truth because the lie is sexier. But I do think what's important is that even if this is the point of view of an average consumer, they care about this. Even if it's wrong, hear me out. Even if they're absolutely technically wrong.
I rock with Melody. He be in my chest too. So
Well, I'm not even saying about him. I'm just saying in general. Even if somebody don't know what the hell they're talking about, the fact that the average consumer is now landing here with conversations, I think makes a rapper who's in the booth, who's conscious of these things as themselves, as a writer, who cares, you're going to do what you can do not to sound predictable. And I think there's a lot of raps that have come along that people have been mailing that shit in because they haven't needed to rap at a high level unless they're the ones that
I gotta just read this because
which one?
For this Tuscan leather, because I'm seeing people in here be like Drake saying good, like when Jalopy said, oh, I knew that was good for Drake. When I go, okay, when he goes, coming off this last record, I'm getting 20 million off a record, just these off this record, nigga, that's a record. I'm living like I'm out here on my last adventure, past and present, when you have to mention, this is nothing for the radio. They still gonna play it though, because it's that New Jersey Drake. It's just the way it go. Heavy airplay all day, no chorus. We keep it thorough, nigga. Rap like this for all of my boroughs, nigga. Stop, bro. Nigga, stop. Stop this.
Whoever wrote that went crazy.
If Kendrick rapped that shit, nobody would be like, yeah, nigga, that's basic. That's good.
Hey, bro, whoever wrote that went crazy.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying. If he wrote it, but last I'm saying, for the sake of the argument, he wrote. That's Drake. Like, what is this overshooting that we're doing? This is crazy.
Whoever wrote that was going crazy, bro.
And I get it. That's funny. Like, but let's just assume, like, for the sake of this argument, he wrote that.
Let's assume if he wrote that, where the hell was that Drake when it came to battling one of the greatest rappers of our era?
That's kind of I feel like maybe you just don't listen to a lot of Drake. I feel like that you just don't listen to a lot of Drake. Drake raps. There's a lot of songs I could pull.
Give me the Drake from Stay Scheming. Give me the Drake that was going at Common. Where's that confidence when you talking to the person that you've been talking to subliminally for the last 13 years?
No. I'm not saying that he handled Kendrick the right way or the way he should have. I'm just saying that he wasn't lyrically whack. That is it. That's what I'm saying. I feel like people keep shooting over what I'm saying. Like, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you're right. You're 100% right. Where was that? But I'm saying just because he didn't display that does not mean what he displayed was whack. When he was doing internal rhymings in different songs, if we stop just harping on just that one song, when there is what? Three other ones.
Well, the other ones don't get brought up because it's not even a conversation. Push-ups was a sassy dragon approach to a first round. Tailor-Made felt like it was tailor-made for Instagram and Twitter more so than it was a competitor.
Okay.
You know, hey man, look, I said what I said.
Yeah,
man.
I know, I get it.
He said I get it.
I get it. We gotta do this.
I ain't gotta do nothing. This is how I've always felt. I got bars from 2009 that has felt like this since day one. I just look at this and I'm like, now we're having the conversation, and I'm genuinely curious, Scru. Where do you go with this solo album now?
Oh yeah. Wait, I just got to answer somebody who said Scru. Damn, I just missed it. All right, now you can run.
Yeah.
He said something like, there it is. Scru loves rap, but accepts non-writer lyricists into the genre? No. I love rap, so I don't pretend a nigga not rapping because I don't like that nigga.
You think that's what I'm doing?
No, I'm answering.
I'm asking. I'm genuinely asking. Do you think that that's what it is? You think that it doesn't matter what display he gives? You don't think I would give him props if he would have gave a verse like you gave with that other one that you talked about?
I don't think you're doing that fully. I feel like there's a part of it is that I feel like a part of it is hard for you to give certain things to Drake. And I get, like I keep saying, I get it. It's Drake's doing that people are like this. And it makes sense that more people are doing this like that than actually. I'm just saying, don't get, what's it called? Snow goggles. Don't get because of he's doing some lame ass shit that now we gotta always read what we're reading because that's hip hop. You know what I mean? That's rapping. So it's like I might not like you, but if you spit a dope verse, I'm gonna tell you spit a dope verse. I might fucking hate you, but I've been in battles, not during the battle. And during the battle,
during the battle.
You gotta act like that's the wackest shit you ever heard.
You disrespected the shit out of me on this one, bro. When
a nigga rapping in a battle, no matter how good it's got to act as whack. But like afterwards, it'd be like, bro, that shit was hot. You know what I'm saying? It's vice versa. So it's like, I as a rap fan, regardless of how I feel about the brand that is Drake, I have the ability to listen to someone that I don't care for and still be able to say undeniably that was some fucking rapping. Mm-hmm. But when I'm listening to this shit after we pulling it back up and the ones that they're telling folks like us to pay attention to, nah, this song, Family Matters. I'm listening to it and then I'm like, okay, surprise me. Like what did I miss? Because in the midst of this, I was pulling for somebody else. What did I miss? And when I came back to it, it was worse than I think my bias even allowed me to see last year. Mm-hmm. Hard parts, even from like, technically speaking, first and foremost, and then where some of these predictions landed, the character deconstruction, even the energy that was put behind these songs, it some of this shit felt half-hearted, and maybe that's where I'm getting the lazy. But see, that's what I say. I feel like that's you a little bit of you not liking Drake too, because I find it really, to tell any artist when you see their art that the way that they produced it was lazy is I will never be for. I will never be for. I cannot tell. Like I can look at like a painting that I think he didn't really like, bro. All it is this, and then when the artist tells me why and what, and I go, oh shit, that's the point of art. Like it feels like that's why being like that, like a snob, an art snob or anything is bad, because now you actually start squeezing the artistry out of it and start building templates to go, if it doesn't fit in this, then it's not. If you don't use X amount of colors, then it's not. Like I'll never prescribe to that. I just never will. Like when a nigga whack, bro. I know when a nigga whack. Okay, like, so if I trust Drake at face value on this one, then here's where I will land, aside from calling it lazy. Because I get it. Because I'm pretty sure somebody will look at certain scenarios from my own music and be able to lodge the same criticism, and I have to be able to just take that. I've been there. I understand what that looks like. Then what I'm going to say is I think that Drake has a limited skill set that he's been able to dominate the game with, that got exposed when he got to somebody who did not have as limited of a skill set. Yeah, I mean, and you're right. And that's what I've been saying this whole time. But I'm saying that him having a less skill set than he has is all you can say to that is what we just said. That person has a less skill set than he has. That doesn't now make that other person lazy, or it doesn't make that other person. If there's a nigga who their only discipline is boxing, and there's a nigga who knows jujitsu and whatever, but then, or if there's a nigga who knows like boxing and kickboxing, right? Mm-hmm. And there's a nigga who only knows jujitsu. I've seen plenty of niggas get, you feel me? Like with one move, like you can't just one discipline.
What was the name of the dude that
Hoist Gracie, I think? Am I bugging? Was it Grace?
No. What's the dude that had Kimbo Slice? I think is a good example of that. Kimbo Slice, you do not want to get into a fight in a backyard with Kimbo Slice. You will knock your head off. He's done it on YouTube. But you get him in there with somebody who has a little bit more mobility, like he had with some of these UFC fighters. He has to change his approach entirely, right? I'm looking at that and I'm saying that's what it feels like. So I'm going to take the word lazy. I think if anything, you accomplish that. I'll take away lazy. But I will say it is a simplistic approach. In my listener, my practitioner opinion, it is a very limited skill set. It's a very simplistic one. And then when I look at that in comparison to the other one, it's so exposed. It's so exposed because he didn't know what's left from his right. And every single move showed how unprepared he was for a moment like this. So to your point, you're right.
H.A. Lena Beam said, I think Screw's point is we don't have to say Drake is bad to recognize Kendrick's thing. And she says some other stuff. That's quite literal. And it's starting. It's starting to just feel like a little bit of the snake eating his tail a little bit. You know what's a perfect example of this is when I first started YouTube, bro. This is my perfect example of this.
Right.
What ended up happening, this was during the whole mumble rap versus lyricist era, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I started noticing what happened was they would go, and it's usually just black artists. They go, we don't understand what they're saying. That's mumble rap, right? Mm-hmm. Because they're doing something different and they're attacking in a different way. Then they'll listen to, like, let's say Eminem, and he's rapping a verse, and they also don't know what he's saying because he's rapping it so fast and so complicated. But they go, oh, it's dope. He's like, but did you hear what he said? No. And it starts feeling like, and then what started happening was the only artists that started being talked about were niggas like Eminem. It was started becoming like and they started almost like erasure of like, I'm just
who
saying
did anything before him,
where it was like they're not good because basically we don't understand because the way they're doing it isn't what we're used. And it's just like if you listen to Grab the Wheel by Uzi Vert and you can say Uzi's whack. That's a good song. That's just a good song. It's a good song. So it's like it's not fair that's what it's starting to smell like again. It's starting to smell like in order to take Drake down, we will get to the point where niggas are willing to throw out Jadakiss shit and be like, well, maybe he is. Like, oh my God, nigga, it's not that serious.
Yeah, but that's that to me, that was one person that did that. It wasn't a collection of people that did that. Marcellus, watch your mouth. Watch your mouth, Marcellus. Curtis, you got a limited skill set. You got a limited usage of S's. First of all, 2 S's. Curtis produces, raps pretty fucking well, shoots his own content, edits his own content, and has the ability to do commentary on the content. Your favorite could never stop that.
Tell him. What else?
That's just the tip of the iceberg. Curtis King. Don't
talk to that man.
Batmobile. Stop playing with me. Anyways, I just had to say that. So Za, shout out to y'all. Long live hip hop. Love K-Dot. A lot of y'all are proving Screw right in these comments. He not compromised for liking. No, there's no compromise. If anything, I look at this and I say he has the ability to think for himself. And I think that we need more of that. This is what makes the debate so dope, is the fact that we have the ability to stand on our own point of view and give really legitimate arguments that anybody who walks away and says, I agree with Screw, 1,000%, you have enough evidence there to stand on that. You say you agree with Curtis, you got more than enough. That's the whole purpose of this conversation. Shout out to Jason. Respect and appreciate y'all perspective and enthusiasm for breaking down a genre I love. I love it.
Shout out to you. Oh, and to Steven, the Slim Capone Jenkins, Screw being a hypocrite because him and No Like Shaq and Crip was all on mumble rappers' heads. That's the specific way I know you didn't actually watch me. Nobody would even say that. Nobody who actually, if anything, I was the only person to watch. That's how I know you didn't watch me. What? Oh yeah, you definitely didn't watch me, nigga. What? I was arguing with those. Oh, this nigga.
Yeah.
I've never had a nigga say that. That's crazy.
I have to keep in mind too, the loudest people be having no profile pics. Over your MAGA, I know you in here. I know you in here. Make Drake rap again. Tommy, shout out to Jason for the super chat. Tommy, Kendrick put Drake in a press and called it a day. 5 business days. Shout out to you.
No, he definitely put him in a figure 4.
Shout out to you. Thank you for the becoming a member. Damon Washington, Drake's songs were the equivalent of throwing the crispier jab hook combo into open air. Technically sound, structurally sound, solid, but no purpose and no impact. Okay. Corey Tidwell. Okay, Screw. Walk me through the technical skill in the line. I gotta go bad. I gotta go bad. Nah, you can't do that. You can't do that.
That's
for anybody.
Walk me through the technical of I could do that. I couldn't do that with Kendrick. Like what? That's
because then we get to arguing wops and like, oh, what about that? And it's like they try to do the same thing with Kendrick, and I was like,
but that's what I'm telling is niggas don't.
No, bro, I get that.
I've seen this happen before, where niggas become, you battle a monster for so long, you become the monster. It's like, all right, nigga. I thought this is the side of not doing that, bro. You're purposely picking out a line so it could be funny. I get it, but it's like, all right, I guess, yeah, that's how he was rapping through the whole thing.
I will say this. What is the technical skill of put your hands on your knees, and give me a comparison.
I'll tell you.
I'm playing.
I'll tell you.
I'm playing. I don't want to
I could break down the technical of why that was actually fire. Like niggas be acting like, what? That was hot. Like, what? That was a hot little flip. Bro, it was a reference. Let me break this down. It was a reference to the fact him and Sexy Red have a song called Rich Baby Daddy. Mm-hmm. The point of everything he was saying before that was, which is, I don't like the angle. Like I said, the angle's bad, but technically, and what he was doing was dope. Because he was saying Dave Free is her rich baby daddy. Once again, due to angle, but just cleverness, very clever. Okay. It's like niggas can't even have fun. Like you can't even be.
Can I have my other S back? Can niggas have the S back?
No. I don't know if you got your S with this.
Read my soul said Drake can rap good. Yes, his flow is butter, but his lyrics were bad. The cologne couldn't cover the stink. Half-baked lyrics.
I don't know if his lyrics were bad. Some of them might have been, but I don't know if I can just say blanketed all his lyrics.
So he put axe all over them damn bars. 504 Roller said the setup was basic. I can do that. It was basic. Then basic, this Kool-Aid, good tasted. Wait a minute. It was basic. This Kool-Aid, good tasted. All right. Jordan Clemens. It's all subjective. It would be a low effort for an Eminem, Lupe, Mos Def, etc. It's right on par for a Drake, the baby. They are mid-tier lyricists.
All right.
Look,
I'm just start saying all right because this shit is like
it's the same thing I'm saying. I'm just like I'm just trying to get through these and say thank you.
Did you miss the Tuscan leather part? And I get it. You're gonna say, but he didn't write it though. It's like, yeah, you don't feel like when you're doing all that stuff, you don't stop and go, yeah, I am kind of sounding like the other side. Like I am kind of, and if you are doing that on purpose just to sound like the other side, I respect it. But you're doing exactly what the OVO bots is doing, like where you're purposely like missing things, but it's whatever.
Shout out to Ray Q baby, thank you so much for that super chat. Corey Tidwell, the second verse is Not Like Us actually showcases some solid lyrical ability.
I think the first verse low key is with the craziest shit lyrically. Mm-hmm. The opening to the fucking song is insane.
I'm sorry, this shit got me crying. Drake isn't lazy. He trying as hard as he can. He's not. He's just not as the level of the greats. Drake can't rhyme scheme beyond the lyrical box he lives in. Hey, man, trying his best.
All right, guys.
I heard my grandma say that one time. I'm doing the best I can. Misunderstood. M only does a couple of bars, not the entire song. Drake used mono rhyme for almost entire songs at a times. For songs is different. Songs is very different. I don't put that criticism on songs because I'm like, you have a specific demographic you're talking to.
He wasn't even mono rhyme. He wasn't even mono rhyming in the song that we're talking about right now for the whole time. Like, why are we making that? That's a blanket statement. No, he doesn't.
Leonardo Thomas, man, we need a Matters of the Heart from the Big Three, because bro, Jordan says people expected too much from Drake because of his level of stardom. At his core, as an artist, Drake is really just a fan that portrays a rapper. Scru ain't here for that. Saturn, Scru has a fair point, but Cole would have attacked family. So regardless of whatever else, alone says that alone make a better battle. Okay. Vocab says Friday evening watching a debate on bars, lyricism, and rhyme schemes. Come on, W for hip hop.
Somebody gonna have to tell the truth.
Get your merch. Get your merch. At the end of the day, it's night. Is that shirt that you got available already?
Huh?
Is that shirt you got on available?
Yeah, it's been up. It's been up.
Okay. Ray Q says versification, flow mastery, rhyme craft, and prosody.
I thought that's a rhapsody.
Props. Prosody. Yeah. I feel like Charleston White when I said that. Yeah. I can't stand it. Nah. Yeah. I can't stand your name, but the one of PP. The true go to the battle was the person who told Cole to get on his bike and get out of this battle before he got to.
They say it was Q.
Yeah, that's cool, boy. You know what's crazy? I was watching the Dreamville Fest before he did the apology, and I was watching Q's performance, and I was like, I know them niggas cross paths at some point. I wonder if he had a conversation. I asked that question when I was watching that shit, bro. I just can't imagine all of them folks from TDE being there and nobody had no conversations.
And Furry B Productions, yeah, I believe that I write better than most people, but I can still appreciate that he writes good. He writes good too. Another person could write good too.
That comes with territory. Like when you're rapping a certain way, there's a certain way, you can tell, and it's hard to describe to somebody who's never been in these circles. When you know somebody rap like that, you know they rap like that because you see the effort that they put into rapping like that. Are there different tiers that exist of that? Absolutely. But you know when somebody has put this as their point of emphasis. The same way when you hear a certain artist, they turn on auto-tune and from beginning to end, you know what their goal is. When you have an artist that is trying to style out a verse, I'm not here to judge and say which one is better. I'm just saying when you put certain matchups versus another, it'll expose things. That's all that I was getting at. Beach Boy Dre, shout out to the Niller one more time. Beach Boy Dre said, can y'all react to the Black Wall Street cipher by the game with a few surprises in 2008?
I'm assuming Kendrick's on it.
I don't know. He said that's Black Wall Street. I'm assuming it's just the game's crew in that. Don Peasy, Kendrick is more complete rapper than Drake.
I agree.
Corey Tidwell, I go back to Matt Hoffa getting hit with the Ayukin from Street Fighter every few months. I was at that battle.
You were at that battle? Oh, yeah, the West Coast, yeah.
Bro, that was at Los Globos was the venue. And I remember sitting there. I think I got an invitation from Lush. And Soul was there that night too. I went to go see Daylight. And I remember I was drinking. I didn't drink the whole event. Before that battle, I should start drinking. And my reaction time was so slow. I seen that shit, boom, and everybody scattered. And I sat there like, huh. My brain thought I was watching this on the phone like I usually do. And then a voice in my head said, nobody got checked tonight. Like nobody got, the bouncers didn't check nobody. I said, I better leave. So this could be bad.
Daylight screaming, we're gonna clap this bitch up.
Yeah, like I'm gonna be standing here. I would be the one that get hit. Dumbass. Move, go somewhere. Yeah, my reaction time was all off that day. Just donating to shout out Curtis and the DIY. Shout out to you, Snack Panther. Triple X Colb and Colb Sanity. Have a blessed day, chat. Scru and Curtis. Man, shout out to the community one time. Angel, two of my favorites. Oh, thank you so much for that super chat. Do I need to spread the bread?
I appreciate you. Huh?
I need to spread the bread.
I don't give a fuck.
Let me know, man. I like to be very fair here. Don Peasy, at one point, Ronda Rousey was considered the GOAT until Holly Holmes came around. Then we realized Rousey was a one-trick pony. Drake's Ronda Rousey.
Yeah, but that's still not my
Can't discredit her.
Yeah, but that's not, no, because I never said, you're saying Ronda Rousey was the GOAT. I never said Drake was the GOAT. Just because Holly Holmes beat Ronda Rousey does not take away the fact that she was a dominant. She was and is, well, not still is, but a very dominant and great UFC fighter until she met that person. That doesn't take, I feel like we think that because Drake is lost, we have to take something away from him. You don't have to take something away from Ronda Rousey because she lost back to Holly Holmes because Holly Holmes understood the strategy to beat her and understood how to expose her weaknesses. It would be lame that after she beat her that you go back in hindsight and go, Ronda Rousey never won a match.
Yeah, like, and Ronda Rousey can still kick your ass today.
For sure, Ronda Rousey whooped everybody in here, nigga. So it's like, and that's my point. That's my point. Because we're not fighters. We talk about Ronda Rousey like that, right? And that's why I say with the professional level, we're both rappers. This is one of my pet peeves with niggas who don't rap, or niggas who are talking like this and say shit about it, where it's like, that's why you'll say that about Drake, because it's like, besides the ghostwriting shit, but if it's like, if you really had to, if it wasn't Kendrick Lamar, right, or if it wasn't the elite people that like that, then you would see that if it was somebody else, what his level of penmanship is. So it's like losing to Kendrick isn't like something to be ashamed of. Suing, you should never be ashamed of that. But losing to Kendrick is not something you should be ashamed of. Like,
should he be ashamed of lying in this damn battle?
Yes. Yes. That was.
I know that bending the truth is a part of any battle. You're gonna say some shit to embarrass your opponent, but the nigga was like, his whole premise of stopping in Heart Part 6 was, I see you release a little West Coast shit. Yeah, it'd be dope if you wasn't in here lying. After the nigga just said the information you getting from these people, they clowns. After he said we planted the information, he was in his own blender.
Like I said, his strategy was all that motherfucker
was in his own blender.
Bro.
He said, them niggas that you got this information from is clowns. By the way, we were the ones that provided the information. I can't stand liars.
Strategy was so crazy. This is what I always say about battle rap. You can lie or try to push an angle to lie. You better hope that other motherfucker cannot prove that you're lying. Or you better hope it don't come out that we can prove you're lying. So you try to get off whatever you can, but the day you then sue and basically in your thing be like, we didn't know this was gonna happen, and then in your song like, we definitely knew this was gonna happen. It's like, come on.
You gotta stand on your lie. You gotta not be confused. You can't be putting your own blender of your own lie. That's the thing about it. I'm with you, Don Peasy. Shout out to you, Corey. We down to the end. The problem with Euphoria after that drop, nothing Drake released hit the same.
That's true. I think because Drake, it shook his soul. I think that soul shook. I've seen it in battles. I've seen niggas come in super confident. Nigga, watch. You talking to your homies, nigga, watch. He ain't got nothing for this. When I hit him with this angle, and then the nigga rap, and then he's like, you see the color leave.
He been thinking about that line ever since. Like, while he was trying to go in his head and remember what he was saying or whatever, that line got a little bit too heavy of a oof in the crowd, and he like, oh,
and you fuck your whole shit up.
Where that shit come from?
And then you might deliver that shit like some ass, like where you wrote it like some fire, but now your soul is crushed. So you're gonna deliver it like some ass. So it's like, and then he's like,
I've seen it where somebody delivers a line that is supposed to be a setup, and that shit hit harder than their punch, and it throws them off.
Yep. Or I've seen where you can clearly tell the person thought the line was gonna get more of a reaction.
And they're trying to sell a bitch. They trying to sell that shit.
Y'all ain't hear this shit? I said, he's like, wait, you, nigga.
wait. I don't want to clown. I don't want to clown because I think he's skilled at what he does. But I was watching a battle recently, and I forget the dude's name, but he was like, I forget his tagline, but he was like, shh. He said, some, shh. I'm really like that. He would keep saying that, and niggas in the comments was like, nah, you ain't gonna sell me on that shit. Every time he said something, he was trying to boost that damn line even more. He was like, some.
The shit
I'm really like that.
The shit niggas be saying in between battles be the best part of the battle. For sure. For sure. You ain't heard the shit? No, they ain't listening, man. They gassing that nigga. That should be the best part.
I'm smoking this nigga, bro.
Or you gotta convince the crowd. I'm this nigga right now.
It's just you and the person you dapping up that he don't even believe it no more. He like, I'm gonna just do this.
Yeah, the nigga you dapping up starting to look to the side like, I ain't even with this.
Get him. Yeah, you got this. No, you don't. Shout out to Nickelodeon. We all
Quit,
love,
man, holla.
we all love RGB TV until we watch HD for the first time. Our palettes matured as the palettes expanded. What happened?
Nah, somebody said some hilarious battle rap shit. They said Gwit Man Holla. And you would have to know who Gwitty is for that shit to be hilarious, but that shit is fucking hilarious. He's like this nigga who be like screaming and doing the. You ever seen that like that Key and Peele skit where they're like, ah! He's basically that. Like that's basically his whole shit. That shit is funny.
Everybody got their style of selling shit. They got it. They got it. And I ain't got to say nothing else. Kevin Dada said, don't forget, Scru's brother was a master debater.
Pause. Hey, yo.
Yeah, the way you spelled that debater is underneath.
I don't like you. You could have used a different word, and man, you could have said something else. You could have said
your wordplay is in question right now. You want to talk about technicalities? Your wordplay right now is under question. Don't forget, Scru's brother was a master debater.
Was that a
song? Say it like
let
that.
me reread that. Maybe that was no.
Yeah, for real. Hey, slow it down. No, don't slow it down. Speed it up. Annette says someone that uses ghostwriters will not have sharpened skills. Sorry, he's not a true rapper. B. Shelling, the LA bias is obvious, but the 20 to 2024 Drake verses were elite. C and Green, Say When, BB King, Freestyle. What are we talking about, Tin?
He killed. I mean, October's very own. I didn't even want to bring that up because I felt like if I bring that up, people like, that's too old. But it's like Drake was rapping his ass off on October's very own. Comeback season. That's what I mean. On comeback season. Rapping his ass off.
Shout out to that community writing. 8.3 illiterate with alliterations. Here we go again. You are the definition of poetic confusion. But thank you for the super chat. Optimistic James, what do y'all expect from Wayne on June 6th?
You know me, Wayne's one of my goats. And you know, he's been doing some silly shit, but not enough for me to not like care too much past, you know, whatever. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I haven't, album-wise, think Wayne has dropped an album as good as Carter 3 since the Carter 3. Niggas gonna say, for some reason, people say Carter 4. I don't get it. Maybe I don't know, but I like the Carter 3 album-wise. I just feel like 4 and 5 wasn't so crazy to me, and like 3 was such a moment that I don't know. I don't know what to, from the 6. I don't know what to, I'm not as excited for. I'm excited for new Wayne music, period. But that Carter brand, I feel like don't mean what it used to mean. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm gonna leave it alone because, you know, folks be reaching out to you and all of that, and I ain't trying to mess up no relationships or nothing like that. You feel me?
Who reached out to you?
Huh?
Who thought of Squad Blood?
Wayne reached out to you, man. Hey, man.
Oh, I thought you were talking about you. Yeah.
I'm gonna leave it alone, bro.
Wayne, but like, Wayne, one of my goats. No matter what, but I'm gonna keep it a buck. Like I said, I don't like. Y'all see how hard I be riding on what Drake be doing and the goofy shit. But like at the end of the day, I'm gonna call a spade as much as I can. I think at least.
Shout out to that. I just feel like at this point, I go to Wayne albums for that one song where he spazzes out. The beat, everything is just signature Wayne. But in terms of a full album, my thing is it's hard for me to get into it, into listening to it now. I can't just enjoy the music because there's been so many other things that have like contradicted what I thought made Wayne such a genius. His like the way he breaks down lyrics and he's tying in names and relevant stories and things that are going on around him. For him to sound so aloof, for him to sound so out of the know of everything, I'm really wondering, like, what am I? So that's just my thing. So I'm sure there's going to be one or two on there that's going to be something worth repeating that into a playlist. Corey Tidwell says, Screw, I mess with you. But you sounded, oh, stop it. Thank you for the super chat. We're not doing that. Rhyming is not that simple. Music decorates time. Yeah, we're gonna respect my guests. It's not what we're gonna do.
No, it's fine. No, but I'm saying I almost want you to throw that back up because that's kind of my point. Like, and I guess like I'm gonna stand as because this is the ugly side of Stan Wars. Is I have always been this way. I'm not gonna change the way I am because of the battle. Like I'm not gonna change being objective when it comes to especially a battle rap. Like I don't care. Like, and even the buzzword of OV Ho or K bots, it's like, what does that got to do with anything at this point? Like,
yeah. At some point in time, it's like you're making it a challenge to even criticize Kendrick for anything.
No, you
and,
can't.
And nobody's above criticism, including the people handing out criticisms in this conversation. And I think that we get into a place where we create unfair shields for sometimes the wrong people. I don't think Kendrick is one of those. I think Kendrick is he is the real product. He is the real deal. He's been that since the first day I heard him, right? First day I met him, all of that. He's been that. So it's a little different, but nobody's above criticism. Nobody's above. I do feel like the way that he has executed over the last year, I have never seen anything like this.
Oh no, it's magical. But you know what this speaks to is what I said on Vengeance 3235 when I said check the stakes is getting this shit. So Curtis told me this shit gonna be a lyrical war. Thought he was tripping, but I get it before. The shit is feeling way too political, dog. Check the stakes. It's starting to feel like more than lyrical war, where it's just like now it's like I get clowning Drake for the shit that he be doing. I get riding on Drake because the way his shit is anti-hip hop. But if we've gotten to the point where we just can't call things good because we don't like them, then we know that we've become the monsters that we were trying to fight.
That's a good point. And it's something that nobody should be take offense to that. You should be aware of that because it's very easy. Because these folks don't fight fair. A lot of these folks, what I call OVO MAGA, stoop to some very, 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 very low tactics, some inhumane tactics at times over the internet.
I definitely know.
I know. And you do not want to become that because what makes you any better than that? Right. So I get that. We saw Real Drake when he was on Funk Flex reading bars off of BlackBerry. All right, Anthony Scru. We all seen a battle when the opponent finishes the bars. This was like that. Okay, I see what you're saying. We've all seen a battle where the opponent finishes the bars. This was like that. Then add the cadence. We've all heard 1,000 times.
One of my biggest, I'm glad you said it, one of my biggest pet peeves in battles is niggas finishing other niggas' rhymes.
Yeah.
Because what did you prove? Like, what did you prove? That's my point, because you think because that would be like if a nigga dissects your whole, like, roast you in a battle, but it doesn't count because I knew the next word coming. What? Like, what?
Because then you're hanging, then you have to hang your hat on as a writer the next time to combat that on your unpredictability. But that doesn't necessarily mean that's going to be the best execution of your skill.
If we're just going like, all right, I'm sure you want to just listen to unorthodox niggas all day. I'm sure. Just listening to, then you must be a Playboy Cardi must be the GOAT then, nigga. Because we ain't never seen that weird shit he be doing, nigga. So if it's just that's the high end all be all, then that nigga the GOAT, I guess. Like, what?
Yeah.
It don't matter if you can finish his bar. I get what he's saying though. It's just it was predictable, but I don't. I feel like if he's speaking for the angles, right? Then I agree. If he's talking about just the technical bars,
I think he is talking about that.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Yeah. But if that boxing ninja gets choked out, you know we laughing. All right. Shout out to you, Corey. You've been hitting up the super chats. Can we stop?
Crazy.
Yeah. Dedication said, can we stop ignoring the fact that he most likely didn't write that shit? I feel like that matters more than anything. No, I saw a theory out there that said, y'all ever thought some of these battle rappers might be mad? Not mad, but like highly critical of Kendrick in this battle because they was part of the ghostwriting team, allegedly. I thought that was a funny ass perspective. I said, oh, what if I'm a battle rapper and I wrote for Drake in this and it didn't land the way I thought it would and the audience rebelled against it? I might feel a certain way.
You got to understand, as somebody who grew up in battle rap just as much as I grew up in rap, battle rappers have a different. That's why if you see me in the beginning of this battle, I had such reverence for Drake. Battle rappers have a different reverence for Drake because what he did for battle rap. There was an award show that he skipped one day so he can go watch a battle. There is he's put money in their pockets, and he was the biggest rapper at a time that was coming down and saying these people exist. He was standing on the stages, putting their face, and that's another thing that upsets me is a lot of niggas didn't give a fuck about that and still don't give really a fuck about battle rap.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, as somebody who I loved seeing what Drake did and how it elevated the culture and shit, like we're talking about the caffeine era was basically because of Drake. So it's like, that's why they're doing it. Some of them are, I mean, niggas are, that's why they have a different reverence. We got to understand why though. It's not like a dishonest, they could be being dishonest, but I get it though. It would be like if somebody came and like went to a broken down community and started paying for schools and shit like that. It's like, yeah, if a scandal comes out, the niggas from that community are probably gonna defend them. Or you know what I'm saying? Like, I get it.
It is a trend. It is a trend. And I think there are people who are jumping in the trend that are still tourists in this culture. It's a lot of arrogant tourists for sure. I don't care what side that you're on. It's a lot of arrogant tourists that exists in general right now because it is a pop culture conversation. It's no longer just a hip hop conversation. It has reached some of the largest stages in entertainment. This whole
Drake was scouting for talent.
2AA Dude said Drake had a midlife crisis on camera and the music sounds like it. Oh, Angel Kendall, thank you so much for the super chat. Shout out to all the ladies in the building, man. Look at all the ladies here for the bars, man. Bar conversations all day.
Happy dad.
Oh Lord, Randy, Scru about to get a hey dad invite after this. Yeah, you got to get your jokes right. Person with the cow cat.
You were close. You almost got it.
You see, not you almost got it. Other than that, when you dropping a new album, Scru, we need another classic like Strictly for the Fans.
Oh, that my boy Angel, bro. Damn, that should give me goosebumps. I don't like to announce album date shit because I'm so sporadic with shit, but you see me working though. You see me consistently putting out music again, man. He's been around since. He'll tell you. Angel right there, EUC, will tell you, will testify to everything I said about the early ages of the YouTube rap scene. He will tell you everything I'm saying is 100% true. Shout out to my guy. I rock with you heavy, bro.
My suggestion in order to get this album done is that if you choose not to take a sample of a sample that samples a sample that Curtis King is sampling for you, when I'm trying to sample something that will be sample clear for the sample of the sample, maybe the sample of the album will be faster if the sample of the sample is done. Just a
right.
thought. Just a thought.
But I might just give him a sample.
I'm just saying, it's a sample of the sample.
DeMarco, bang, bang.
Bang, bang. Man, shout out for this one, Corey. Appreciate you. Scru. Hey, come on, man. We know you, but thank you for the super chat. Man.
I remember you was conflicted.
We all know you're not an OVO, but you're also brushing past the fact. Hold on, be careful when you say facts, that a lot of us always thought Drake kind of sucked. And as always, I appreciate the hustle from both of you. Just
shout out to you. I ain't got no you over here, you feel me, hooking it up. I ain't mad at you at all. But I get you were joking, but I'm not even necessarily speaking to you. I'm just saying that is it, we're just showing we're showing we're a lot alike. Everybody has a way of spiraling eventually. But I'm saying I don't think Drake always sucked. I don't even understand the good for Drake statement because every rapper is good for them.
Fair enough.
One mic is good for Nas.
Thank you for that super chat, Corey.
I understand that.
Brandon Sims, shout out to y'all too. Screw, it's all love. I respect your point of view, but I agree with most of what you're saying, but I disagree with the last part. Okay, Brandon Sims with the cat. Is that a dog? That's
Chico
dog
right there. That's Chico.
That's Chico. Yeah, that's a dog that got hired next Friday.
Dad,
I seen.
You killed my dog, eh?
I seen her. He got my dog high. Banji Baby said, to say we planned it places the burden of proof on them to prove it, and they didn't. Horrendous strategy.
It was an awful strategy. Now, if we're having just a strict strategy battle,
Lord, that's different.
a masterclass of awful strategic planning. Like, holy shit.
Don Peasy point with was Rousey kept losing after Holmes because she couldn't step her game up and adapt. Neither has Drake. Well,
Yeah.
he still got time. He ain't put a solo album yet.
Well, I'm saying, yeah, but that's my point. But that doesn't negate that Ronda Rousey was a good fighter. It's just that people downloaded her. But before they downloaded her, she was clearing shit.
Yeah.
But that doesn't, it just means that, and I agree. That's what I keep saying. It's like, I feel like niggas aren't even hearing my point. It's like, yeah, I know.
It's people who have made a decision that no matter what you prove, they're standing what they standing on. We know that's what that is, too.
I'm making Ronda Rousey, Holly Holmes in that metaphor would be Kendrick. Yes, once Kendrick, the superior person, got to him, he got beat, and now everybody knew how to beat this person. Just like when Pusha T exposed the kid angle, now niggas know, ooh, or really Joe Budden. But so it's like, but that doesn't negate that before that, like that makes Ronda Rousey a bad, like she's not a good fighter. She never was a good fighter. That's not. She could be like she's been downloaded, but when she was clearing the division, nobody was saying that.
So do you think that means that you said that what is the term you using? Downloaded?
Yeah.
Do you think that Drake has been downloaded?
I think Drake was downloaded back on the Joe Budden shit. I think he was fully like, I don't think, as crazy as this sounds, I don't know. I don't think Drake is ever going to engage in a battle again, but I low-key feel like it's easier. Every time you lose, it's easier to beat you. Because they kind of set a little blueprint. You kind of get to see what worked, what didn't work, what hit the hardest, what kind of hit, what didn't. And then you can kind of craft your shit around that. I've seen it. Like, I've seen niggas go on epic run. Like, what's my nigga? The nigga from Philly with Remy. Easy to Block Captain. Easy to Block Captain to me was undefeated until the Remy Ma shit happened. And I think it was it Geechee Gotti was the first person that got him out of here? Once that happened, that's the first time I started. I think he's taken like 2 L's since then. Like, that's where it's like, once you beat a nigga with a real good angle, it makes it a lot easier to beat that nigga in the future. But yeah.
No, the same thing happened in track and field, in that there was an unbeatable record. I think it was the 100 meters record was unbeatable, like the speed in which that was done. And then Olympic runners couldn't do it. And then one time it was a kid that broke the record in a high school. And then after it was done, it got broke a few times. After it, all these years of never being broken, it got broke a few times within the same year. I think a lot of folks see it's possible because it's been done in such a way, and they know now how to do it. It's the same thing with NBA teams. Like,
that's literally, I was about to say the Wilt shit.
Same shit, right? Like, once you see that the Warriors are beatable, because there was a point in time where it's like there's nobody fucking with the Warriors. Like, they're just that. There's too many weapons. But then when you see like, oh, if you're a physical team and you do this, or if you're able to match, not try to outplay them with the 3-point shot, but like, I think that when a team gets exposed like that, like maybe like how the Boston Celtics are right now,
got them, damn,
man. Even if the Knicks don't win, they've shown, this is another way to go at you. Yeah,
and like I said, with was it Wilt that scored 100? Like, that was the first person to score 100 in the game.
Yeah.
Was it Wilt? Here's the thing: a great metaphor would be, there's been people who's beat Wilt record. That doesn't mean that Wilt record wasn't an amazing achievement. That's all I'm saying. Like, no matter if a nigga drops 200, scoring 100 in a game is still a great achievement.
Yeah, don't you, Mick Chilson said allegedly, don't you do that to Wilt. Ain't nobody finna take a picture of another nigga lying about how many points he scored.
It is alleged.
Did you see how tall he was compared to everybody else?
Yeah.
You see how tall Wilt was compared to everybody else? He scored that 100 points. He scored that, because after a while, I could see somebody saying, "Fucking, I'm not guarding him no more. I'm not guarding him." That man, I can't do it. All right, I'm gonna run through these now. Oh Lord,
I told you I'm a nerd, bro. I'm not bad. I just love this. Like,
I do too. Zone fanfic has not ever been caught freestyling on Hot 97 while reading a Nokia on a morning show. Oh, they not. They're just different. Of course not.
That was an awful moment. Awful moment.
Angel Kendall says Drake is an IG batter. He wasn't trying to squabble. Oh no. Oh no. Are we getting Screwface, KSO, Big Dipper collab soon?
Queso, we got one, man. We might got another one coming too. Stay tuned. But you know me and him got one on here. Yay! Stay tuned. I'm back in my bag. Hold on, y'all think I'm playing? Hold on, y'all think I'm playing? That's the problem.
This nigga is 7. He is 9'4".
This is where I live.
Where you find a mic stand that's tall enough to reach 11'4"? That's crazy. The crazy part is Deluxe. You would have seen a collaboration with Scru and Curtis, but I couldn't get the sample of the sample that was a sample that he originally used for the sample, because the sample was supposed to be a sample of that sample, but it got sampled, and that was just
I'm almost glad it didn't happen on that one, because I felt like I needed to get that. That track wasn't even. That was like therapy. That wasn't even like we gonna definitely.
I know. I'm just sampling the sample of a joke. Corey, again, I just can't get past Lil Wayne. Oh, yeah, Conan. Even with the lawsuits, Drake still comes off more like a real.
Hey, Corey, you black, right?
Yeah, I hope so. It's a lot of
weary with that Conan.
Yeah, them profile pics be exposing. I appreciate your objective point of view, Scru. It really shows your love for hip hop. Don't grow any
Thank
echo.
You, Leo Guzman.
To yourself. Shout out to Leo.
Thank you, Leo Guzman.
Randon Sims. It's a bull terrier. Yeah, you know what I mean to say happy dad. So I got my jokes right. Carlos King and Jimmy Butler face ass. You can't shoot until you upload. So shut up.
That's like
upload a picture of something more than your dogs. Your dog. You can't shoot if I can't see you.
Because I could say like, dang, man.
Got a
beautiful picture of your girl, man. You
for real.
You need to have a picture with you and your girl, not just your girl as a profile picture, man.
You might have one nostril.
So I'll fire without a picture.
For real. I don't know. Boy. Okay. What Scru said about Drake and battle rappers is what makes the lawsuit move so painful. That shit is disrespectful to hip hop on all levels.
It feels like a betrayal. It feels like a literal betrayal.
Like, has there been anybody of that status that has broke so many of those foundational expectations of hip hop? Like for if you're going to be a participant in this culture, has there anybody been any repeat offender as a Drake?
No. I mean, not anybody. That the only other people that I would consider, and it's crazy that even people like the Tommy Richmonds or the Post Malones, who are quite literally coming in, vulturing and leaving, is still less culture vulture or still less anti-hip-hop than suing for battle rap. And that's nuts to say. That's like, because them leaving the culture, it's messed up. They're vulturing, they're using it, it's whatever. But Drake, it doesn't really damage the culture of them leaving. But what Drake is doing is literally damaging. And it's like...
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of rappers that get snatched up by their collars, by their labels. They rich baby daddies, they're going to be like, you are not getting in any rap battles because if he is so, I know this guy over here. I just feel like they'll have to be an arena. And maybe this is a lob to battle rap in that it has to be a controlled environment. No more wild west shit where you're throwing out records, which is unfortunate because that's a part of the enjoyment for us as fans at times to see these heavyweights do it. But I could see a scenario in which they have mainstream rap battles. And I wonder how much they would even be down to do that. I'm just like,
I doubt rappers would do that.
You doubt that they would even try that?
No, I see them rapping on tracks. I don't see niggas stepping in that ring. That's a whole nother motherfucker. You could be the nicest nigga ever. You could be on track just because you nice on tracks killing niggas. That's nowhere near the same thing. Right, that's a whole different sandwich. And I think them niggas know that because now we don't know how these niggas look recording their shit, right? So like Drake could say, it's not like he said, I cut your throat with the razor, but he could have really said like, I cut your throat with the razor. Like he could, we don't know, but we would see that in a battle. They ain't gonna
I don't believe you if I look at you and you're like,
facts.
Cut your throw with a razor.
I swear I
And-
cut your with this razor.
And I hit you like that. And it's like, nah, bro, I don't believe you. It sound a lot more aggressive in that booth.
Yeah.
Shout out to VT as a
I'll
high
be
school.
super impressed if a rapper does that shit. I'll be super.
That would be. But I mean, don't rappers have to do it in music videos anyways?
Yeah, but they get to there's
Practice it,
effects,
do multiple
there's
takes.
directors, there's
Yeah.
hey, you're making your face more mean. Hold the chain up. Okay, slow motion flames. Okay, cool. Now we're gonna hit the like Lupe said. Now hold up your chain, slow motion through the flames. Now cue the smoke machines in the simulated rain. Like, yeah, you look. The music videos have a way of making you look way more fire.
More
than if you're not fire. They know where to edit. It's like, he looked awkward right there. Cut that scene right there.
Right.
Put the cool scene in there.
Boy, if y'all knew how many times a director will save your favorite rapper from looking stupid.
Just looking dumb. Just not knowing what to do with his hands.
Nah, cut that out. The whole video was like this.
Or like a nigga was
cut that shit out. Cut that
a
shit
nigga
out.
was dancing in it and the nigga can't dance. And it's like, see, the director will just take that whole take out, take that whole take. But in a battle, we gonna see that nigga hit that.
See all that shit. Oh, that's how that nigga sounded when he did it. That's what he looked like. VT says, as a high school teacher, I'll tell you this: no English teachers analyzing Drake bars, but they sure are using Kendrick bars.
Kendrick bars are way better. I agree. And that's another thing I said. I've said this from a long time. I think the reason why Drake is really cooked is because of shit like that. This battle wasn't just with us. The youth, like kids attached to Kendrick and Not Like Us in a way that like this generation coming up is going to be like we and the generation under is probably the last generation that looks like that ever looked at Drake the way we looked at Drake. From now on, it's the Ja Rule shit where nobody born past the 50 Cent Ja Rule shit ever looked at Ja Rule. Because me and you know a time when Ja Rule was that nigga.
He was filling the void.
He was hotter than fish grease. He was that nigga. And at that time, a nigga saying, do you think somebody could come and erase him? Do you think this underground rapper 50 Cent could come and erase? You'd be like, man, you don't get that shit out of here.
You crazy. Yeah. And then he did it.
Everybody born past that, Ja Rule's literally a punchline. Ja Rule's literally a joke. So it's like, I think that's what's happening to Drake.
Yeah, in real time, and it's crazy to see it play out two times in a lifetime where you're like to this magnitude where somebody is at the top of the game. I think people try to like belittle what Ja Rule did because they didn't see it firsthand how much he was dominating everything and the void that he was filling for a lot of people, even as he transitioned to other styles of music. Justice for Ja. We almost there. King Ghost said, is it fair to say at this point, label TDE currently has the better roster?
Obviously, that ain't even what that ain't even. It feels like TDE the only shit moving right now.
They don't want to. It feels, and maybe that's a lane that they created for themselves. But it's like, yo, this is the time to show up if you got this. If you have a label full of people, this is the time to show it. But it feels like, dog, I know when you do stories, you're looking at these and you're like, at some point, I know for me, I ask my question like, damn, am I finna do another one of these stories? But it's like, nigga, who else dropped?
Exactly.
And then what are they dropping? Because I'm not about to sit up here and break down this song where somebody made a song about, like, I'm not finna break down Kiss Me Through the Phone. I know that's a weird example, but I'm saying I'm not finna break that down and be like, man, y'all see this shit? So like here,
baby.
So the relationship here,
I missed you. Hold on, slow that shit down, nigga.
Man, the bridge. Okay, so the way he's singing this, that was a weird example. The first thing that came to mind. I'm not gonna break that down.
I get what you're saying though.
Because there's a lot of music that drops, but it's not a lot of talk-worthy music. I gotta really create the content out of nothing for that.
Yo, somebody said some real shit. That is one of your members that said Zay Watts said Dreamville should be better. And I'm gonna tell you right now, that apology affected Dreamville. I've been saying that. I've heard through the grapevine that there was niggas in Dreamville, and I think we all got one guess of who it was that was not happy with that. Yeah. And felt like that was gonna make them look soft. I feel if the reason why TDE is winning right now is because to the victor goes the spoils. Mm-hmm. So it's like everybody want TDE. If J. Cole finishes that battle, I believe win, lose, or draw, niggas gonna be talking about Earth Gang. Niggas gonna be talking about if Daylight and stuff is getting talked about on the TDE side, there's no reason if they would have went through that them other niggas wouldn't be talking about Boss and shit like that. But I think that affected all them niggas.
Yeah, no doubt about that. It because then it's like if we're looking at the person that is running, that is leading this charge from a different lens, and it's like the punchlines is not hitting. Like when you say that you are this, you have the opportunity to show that, and you in a different direction. It does put a bit of a damper on everybody else's efforts, and it's unfortunate because they got some killers. They got some killers in that.
Even like people like Lefty, Gunplay, Jason Martin are being talked about right now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm about to break that album down for sure soon.
Bro, we had a whole little couple days where we were talking about Dodie 6.
Yeah,
even though it was bad, it was still we were talking about Dodie 6.
Because it's an opportunity for also like there's as much as it's entertainment, it's edutainment too. Because there's an artist that's on the come up that's gonna be one of the next ones that's gonna see that and have a different perspective on it. You can't say that you didn't know no better. You got the access to the internet. You watching some of your favorites be like, nah, that's not the move, champ. You would hope that it helps. And then too, also, let's not act like the artists that we're talking about are not accessible. We see that every day, how accessible these artists are. And we're giving a perspective that's like, damn, nobody in my own circle was willing to give that to me because they want to stay in my good grace. So like, I do feel like there's a responsibility being in these spaces and giving
Cam. You're gonna read it, but I agree with Cam.
But a lot of my issues with Drake actually come from his fan base. When they start calling certain types of music slave music, that crossed the line. It's just straight up anti-blackness, and that made them the enemy.
No, I get it.
I had somebody call them my dog from the Rap Roundtable was saying these are arrogant tourists. You ever seen an arrogant tourist in a place they're not supposed to be?
Yeah,
talking shit about the food, talking shit about, well, why do you guys hang your clothes up like this? Why don't you just put it in a washing machine? Why don't you guys civilize yourself? I feel like they're doing that with culture, and I've never seen people who are so allergic to the word culture. It literally, like, it irks them to talk about culture.
I got a conspiracy theory, and I swear one of these days I'm gonna sit down and make like a video or something. I have a conspiracy theory, and I feel like I'm one of the only people that remembers how all of this played out. Drake's fan base got hijacked by racists somewhere along this battle. Because I'm telling you, bro, if we just go back just to before this battle, and you go to look at the people who are talking about Drake, it is polar opposite. It's like the people who used to talk about Drake don't. And then it's like his fan base got hijacked. I don't know if he wanted it or if it's a happy dad thing, but it's a weird, like,
what Justin calls it the manosphere. The manosphere audience.
Like them niggas hijacked his fan base.
What did they hijack it, or was he, and I'm not even saying this to be funny, was he making songs that were under the guise of being for women, but they're actually for men?
That true, but I feel like Drake has always kind of done that shit. And
did he amp it up in the last few years though?
He did switch up to be a bit more. Yeah, I can say that, but I feel like even if you just go back for All the Dogs, right? Drake's fan base is not the people who are representing Drake's fan base were not the people who are representing Drake's fan base right now.
Okay.
If you even go to, and maybe it's different now, but you remember when him and Joe Budden had that back and forth? The people who were defending Drake were not the people who are defending Drake today. It went from like Drake's fan base being like, and I know because he's done stuff to move them away, but to being like women. He had like a big black women constituency at one point.
Yeah.
And I feel like his shit got hijacked where he used to have like majority women. Now it's like majority incels, which is the polar, which is just swung the pendulum the other way. And I don't know if he did something, if that's what he wants, but I also feel like some of these niggas that go and this shit that Drake is basically feels like a Republican rapper now. That's not how it felt before.
Okay, to that point, and this is something that I'm not privy to, but you're familiar with Chapo, right? Chapo he did writing for he said on Twitter, and I don't want to misquote him, but he said something along the lines of, at one point in time, somebody at the labels established that it was no longer profitable to make songs specifically for the ladies. I wonder if that was the pivot where he started to become a little bit more significantly more sexist, where he started to lean in on this, painting a picture of a woman that doesn't actually exist except for within the minds of incels. And if that was the pivot, because it made them money, it made them more money, because those niggas buy everything. They're super fans to a certain degree.
But if they've always been there, like if he's pivoted a while ago and they've been there, then they were at least hiding. Like this was like, have you ever seen the Manchurian Candidate? This battle was like when they activated the Manchurian Candidate or the Winter Soldier, and all the incels rose from the water and just swallowed his fan base. So because remember the whole thing before used to be like how people would diss people who don't like Drake. It's like, oh, you get no bitches. Is it a bit? Now it's like literally their Drake fans are like anti-black. Like, and I know
what is that? And my thing is he has not at one point in time clearly separated himself from that.
Exactly.
And that, to me, that is, for instance, I listened to Whacked Out Murals. I know that there was an abundance of lyricists that were like, man, Kendrick is doing this for the culture. He rapping his ass off. This is for the lyrics. He said, this is not for lyricists. I swear that's not the sentiments. That's a clear separation and an opportunity that he had to do on an album. And
wait a minute. I'm sorry for interrupting you, but that is the point I'm making. Fuck a double entendre. I'm watching you feel this shit.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's just ironic. Like
I know, I get it. But that's what I'm saying is that I think that there's the opportunity for you to clearly separate yourself, and he has not taken that opportunity because I think he understands. I think he enjoys having the allegiance because of the benefits that come with it financially.
Yeah.
It's almost like I want to compare it to that, but Jordan did at one point and say, like, I'm not going to condemn some folks because they buying tennis shoes too.
That bullshit.
Yeah, well, we're in a different time where you can't do that because these folks will call you out on it. Craig says, all my favorite Aubrey songs someone else wrote. What are we really talking about? He's not even a real artist to me anymore. He's just sampling samples of a sample of a sample that samples samples of a sample that samples. I might have added some extra samples. Maybe. Zone Fanfic. Nokia is really an apology song for his ghostwriters. I get the whole picture. Mother I, you're funny. You're funny.
Girl.
Baby girl. Come back and
wait. This is not a diss. I swear to God, it's not a diss. And nigga, whatever, you can say something. I don't even know who you are. The only reason I know this person is, that Friday person that you had that debate with?
Yeah, Friday Ricky Dredd.
I'm not saying this to be funny. I don't know him. I've never really seen his content outside of you guys stuff. After listening to him talk, I swear to God, when I heard Nokia, I said, that sound like that nigga. I swear it did. Like, what did he do that?
I swear. No, look. And I done had so many conversations with a whole lot of Canadians over the last, I shouldn't say too many, but I've had a quite a few. I interviewed some. One of them got exposed, and then this one happened, and then some other shit. I've talked to a lot of Canadians over the last 5 months. I'll say that. And when I heard that, I said, oh, I ain't never seen you act like this before. That's crazy. You acting unusual. He did sound like him. Or maybe I'm just paying attention more.
Hey, Friday, you might got some money. He might have sampled you, gang. I'm just saying.
Or maybe he goes for, okay, never mind. Zone Edward just wanted to give a shout out to Key Glock's newest album that he dropped this past week. Shout out to Key Glock.
Shout out to Key Glock. Rest in peace to Flipper. You feel me? Big rest in peace to the Flipper. What are you talking about? Rest in peace. All right.
Hey, come on. Now you keep going. Dedication. Drake fans don't realize Santa Claus ain't real. Santa Claus. Anthony Red, since we are being objective, what are some critiques of Dot in this battle, or is it a flawless victory? He told a lie. the fans are slow.
That's hilarious. That's true. That's what I said too. There's of course nothing is flawless. It wouldn't even be fun if something was flawless. There's always, because what is there to come to next to? But there's always more to build on. I've seen too many battles to ever think that there's something flawed. Right when I think, oh yeah, ain't no way I've always seen it get flipped. But there is a few, I'm gonna keep it solid. I think that Holy Joe Osment was a slip of the tongue. I think he just said his name wrong. I think, but I get what he was saying. But when niggas try to be like, nah, it's because I get it, but no, I just think he didn't know that nigga name because that nigga hadn't been famous since 6 Sense. I get, and it's fine. That's fine. The rest of that scheme and shit was hot, but it's like,
I'm not gonna lie. I thought that nigga name was the little boy from 6 Sense.
Yeah, he was trying to say,
I know
Haley Joel Osteen, but his name is Haley Joel Osment.
Mm-hmm.
And I see where he made the mistake, but it's just like the niggas try to act like, nah, nigga, no, it was really deeper than that because he was saying, oh, it's me. He was talking about the. Okay, I get it.
Mm-hmm. What are some critiques of Dot in the battle? Like that, I have been so hyper focused on the execution of the things that did work because there's a lot of things I have never seen before. I think that one thing that protected him from having more of those quote unquote slip ups is the fact that he wasn't hanging around doing podcasts, doing Instagram stories. I think he set it up to where there's not a whole lot of conversations that we're going to have about the things that he did that were off, because he was very strategic about everything that did happen. Now, I do think that at some point he overshot the target. I don't think that I think there were certain things that he gave Drake, in my perception, he had certain things that he gave Drake that a much more seasoned competitor would have been more evenly yoked to give. I think that he overshot at some point. I think he was looking at this and saying, I'm dealing with somebody that is the biggest artist of this time, and no matter what I am doing, they're going to say I lost. So but I'm glad he did.
I think one more just actual mistake was when he said, oh my God, what did he say on Euphoria? He said, I always thought this was a weird bar. When he said, we don't like the bitches you fuck. That is a weird bar. And I like that Drake and Family Man was like, you don't like the bitches you fuck. What's that really mean? That is but Drake wasn't smart enough to fully just like rebuttal that, because had Kendrick said that about like me or something, I would know how to rebuttal. Like, it's a little weird that you niggas, it sounds like you niggas are around in a group talking about the business he's fucking. That's weird. That's just weird. But I get what he's saying, but it's still a little weird. And since Drake didn't rebuttal it, I'm not giving him that rebuttal. Mm-hmm. But that was very rebuttable.
You said rebuttable? I fuck with it. Rolla says, does it mean she a good boxer or her class sad?
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm getting at that point too. I'm hungry. Halarpa said, what black person does blackface? Have you been not paying attention?
I mean,
I'm hungry. The one of Pie. I'm not calling you pee-pee no more. Honestly, Drake just needs to stick to light-skin R&B. What is light-skin R&B and melodies for the rest of his career for OV hoes who are 40 and shaking their ass in the club?
He might become a yacht if it don't work right. But let's not act like he's still not the second or third biggest. Like he's gonna be. I don't think he'll ever be back to that Hotline Bling. I am the overall seer of this, that Kiki, do you love me? That era. I think it's cooked for that. But yeah.
Hey, Cam Cobain says, hot take, J. Cole isn't the best lyricist on Dreamville, it's Jid.
I agree with that. I've always been I like J. Cole, but have you ever heard the song? You've heard Stick?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I love J. Cole has a more traditional punchline style, setup, punchline. Jid has this way of like, I'm sick and tired of letting niggas fly. So I'm in the whip, I gotta stick inside. I gotta stick inside. If I hear a nigga sniff aside,
Yeah.
He's more Andre 3000-esque to me with that. It's just like, if I smell a fish, smell a lie, get a thick nigga first. He said first shot, some die. Second shot, bloodline. Third shot, this nigga said even God dies. I said, oh, okay, all right. So you crazy, nigga.
We're doing
like
that.
Big L crazy. Okay.
Drew Silla says, would love to see both of you react to Lefty Gunplay new album. Definitely gonna do that on this side for sure. Dim Jam 26 Curtis, it was Howard Dean in 2004 presidential campaign you were thinking of. Y'all, from Women to Maul, Aiden, y'all, and Ack is a crazy twist.
That facts.
Corey says, not only did Drake not distance himself from the crowd, he embraced it. He basically told all of us that if we connect with music like Wesley's Theory, then we're slaves. Kendrick's trying to free, which is why his embracing of Aiden Ross before any of the people that came to his defense was really interesting too.
And that XQC too.
XQC, yeah, that was another weird one too. Where I'm like,
random. So yeah, maybe he's doing it on purpose. I like
it's for sure on purpose.
Yeah,
for sure. Walker, we down to the last two. Shout out to y'all, man. This is love. Bompton Baby Girl 135. Why hasn't Drake silenced his minions? Oh yeah, Compton in the building.
I do it for Compton.
Angel Kendall, they didn't hijack nothing. He was allowing his palm-colored fans.
That's going in the book. Hey, if you hear that in one of my songs, I'll give you all the credit. Don't worry, you ghostwrite that one. That was some heat. I ain't never heard. Oh, God. That was some heat. Holy shit.
Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate the super chat. I didn't finish. I'm sorry. They didn't hijack nothing. He was allowing his palm-colored fans, outsiders, outside the U.S. to say the N-word at his performances. Palm-colored.
That is hilarious, bro.
Like, it's crazy how it don't make sense, but it do make sense. Because everybody makes all the time.
It's like one of those bars where you look at your hand, you go, ooh, nah, she cooking. It's like one of those things where you look at it and you get it, you're like, oh, shit, nah.
It was here the whole time.
That's a Don DeMarco. That is crazy. Sure, you're crazy.
If I had $1 for every time somebody spent $1 just to say something that I got to take offense to like that, I would be offended and rich. Round of applause, man. This is marathon stream. I was only thinking it's gonna be like 30 minutes to an hour.
Told you.
But I'm grateful for you, bro. We're grateful for you existing in this space because we need your voice more than ever. The culture needs your voice. There's a lot of artists that I think are recognizing the power of your voice, and that it's time for them to also evolve if they want to exist in this next space.
Oh, can I answer this one thing that somebody said?
Yeah. Who's that?
Keisha Williams said, he said they confuse themselves with real women. It could be underage, low quality women, etc. I don't think Scru gets the bar. I do get the bar. But at the end of the day, that's why I said I don't give him Drake the credit for rebuttaling it well, because he didn't. But even the line was just telling another nigga, we don't like the bitches you fuck. I dare you to try that in a URL battle. I dare you to go, we don't like them bitches you fuck, and see what happens to you. I'm just saying it, but Drake did rebuttal. If I'm looking for bars that
I see what you mean, because they'd be like, what make you think they would even want to fuck you to begin with? Like
angle. There's
one angle
where I put my dick angle. There's a bunch of stuff that Drake could have said that he didn't. There's a lot of angles off of you caring about the women somebody else sleeps with is weird, and it almost feels like in a committee is a little weird. That's all I'm saying. Like, it makes it feel like you guys are sitting in a group being like, I don't like that bitch. Do you like her?
I wonder if that line was even for us to begin with, or if that was for, because I'm telling you right now, there can be a breakdown where Kendrick, song by song, I believe, structured bars that weren't pandering, but were hyper focused on Drake's female fan base. And I think
respond to Jalopy. Hold on. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
He said, you said you liked how Geechee approached Easy. That's the exact angle. No, it's not. Geechee's angle was about cheating on this nigga. I mean, was breaking up the Black happy homes. And the reason, like I said, the reason why Geechee's angle, even if you take it the same, works is because he extrapolated on it. That's why it worked. That's why it was dope. The reason why it didn't work for Drake, because all he said was, you don't like the bitches I fuck? That's what I literally said. I said that it is, and just because at the end of the day, you can say Geechee caring about where Easy who Easy the Black captain is fucking is weird. You can say that, but I'm saying that it worked because Geechee constructed that whole round to make it make sense. And had Drake done that, I would have given him the point, but I don't give him the point. I'm just saying objectively, if somebody goes, we don't like the bitches you fuck, because he wasn't saying we don't like the bitches you fuck. He was saying that why did this is the nigga that you fucking over, like this is the nigga you cheat on Pat Poose with? That's what I got. That's more of that.
Hey, I'm gonna let y'all have that.
Yeah, but it does matter that yes, he broke it down. It's still the same angle, but that's literally my point, bro. That's literally my point. I'm saying that angles are different depending on how you use it. The reason why it didn't work is because Drake did not do the angle itself is weird, right? Like you can say it's weird is basically what I'm saying. Somebody who is free battling can rebuttal that with a why do you care who I'm fucking? And if they do it well, that's gonna land. It's gonna land, like it's going to land. But it's different when it's because he's not saying why are you cheating on this person that we love, and it's different because Remy Ma and Pat Poose is like hip hop. It's just literally saying we don't like the bitches you fuck. We're talking about a single person. Mm-hmm. Like this nigga's not in a relationship. It's weird to have discussions about the bitches that a single person is fucking. Like if Drake cheated and stuff, that's different. But it's just like, nigga, we don't like the bitches you fuck. It's crazy to me.
What about this? I got another one. Kendrick should have released the last 5 songs too. There should have never been a stop to it. That's just so we can have another week of content. Mm-hmm.
Somebody gonna have to tell
Mistake. I'm just playing. I'm just being greedy. I just want to see more songs. I still got a theory that Reincarnated was one of them songs.
I think Watch the Party Die was one of them. If I had to bet, I think, and it makes sense even thematically with how he was doing it. Oh shit, my little man's getting up.
Okay, no. Hey, go take care of that, brother. We take care of that.
Shout out to y'all. I love y'all to death.
Cool, bro.
This was a crazy long stream. It felt like 20 minutes. Like this shit was so fun. I love y'all to death.
What a time. Come on. Well, man, go take care of that, brother. We appreciate you. Round of applause one more time for my dog.
Well, at the end of the day, my overall thesis statement is Drake got whooped. Kendrick was the superior lyricist. Drake got out-rapped, but I don't think Drake was rapping back.
There it is.
That's all.
Salute, my guy. All right, we got at you. Peace. Screwface one more time. Come on now. Okay, so here we are. All right. I promise you when I hit him, I didn't know I hit him up. I didn't think it was gonna be, I never hog tie nobody. I didn't think this was gonna be a 4-hour conversation, but I'm grateful that this kind of conversation can happen for this culture that we love. Shout out to y'all who've been in the building. Thank you for hitting the like button. If you did not, make sure that you hit the like button. Yeah, y'all see what's going on here, and I'm glad that y'all are part of the conversation that is happening. Shout out to everybody who did the super chat. I promise you, y'all, you'd be remiss to ever find me a live stream where I say, man, y'all hit up the super chat. That ain't what I do it for. I literally cannot believe there exists a world where I can be here in my home talking hip hop, even making hip hop, producing it, rapping it, collaborating, talking about it with other amazing content creators. And there exists a world where you guys want to dive into these conversations live with us. Jalopy, we got to have you on as well. But I'm grateful and I'm not fighting it because I know that ain't nothing but guys. So shout out to y'all for loving on this culture. This culture is definitely a resilient one. It has gone through a lot of different stages. It has been bastardized. It has been beat up, but it just shows to you I hope that it exposes to you, if you did not know, its strength and its resiliency, because look at through all of the shit that is going on. Here we are in 2025, still talking about these things that someone acted upon in terms of a thought inside their head and spread amongst the borough. We are blessed, ladies and gentlemen. So more of these conversations. I'm telling you, like, I'm gonna get back to the stories, but damn it, it ain't a whole lot of interesting shit going on. So we just got to create some conversations and have some podcasts, because these niggas is out here scared, bro. These rappers are scared. These rappers are scared. Don't be mad at the content creators. Your favorite rapper is scared to do anything in this climate. Let it be known. They are scared. They are scared. The ladies are dominating. Shout out to all the ladies who are dominating and being fearless in this time period. They know they can't put out the same shit, because the same trick, the same one trick pony don't work the same way. I ain't never hogtied nobody.
Somebody gonna have to tell the truth.
Why would I hogtie somebody? Hashtag RR all day long. We're not going nowhere. We not going nowhere. Oh, you saw that. I remember hearing Ab Soul bring up Curtis's name on the ignorant shit freestyle. Glad to see the full circle moment where I could become a fan of Curtis too. Appreciate you. King, just one thing. I just need my other S. I appreciate this apostrophe that you put after Curtis's, but I need my other S because I worked really hard for it. And today I had a 4-hour conversation with my dog Screwface. So I think that means I could get my other S. If you wouldn't mind adding that other S, I think we'll be good. See, it's not just me. Don't you hang out around here. How are you here for all of the Curtis propaganda? Spread the bread. Now drool.
Being honest, somebody sent me something on my phone and it said that I hog-tied her. I don't know how to hog-tie people. What would I hog-tie?
That's the only thing I got to say about that. You should be very, very careful, because they're going to call me messy and I didn't even do nothing. I never hog-tie nobody. The rap game needs to know about Rome streets. Craig Dozier, Ross calling me the white boy, and the shit kind of got a ring to it. He not like us and proud of it. Dish. That's interesting. Does it all mean Drake is going to go conscious rapper on us and do it better than K-Dot like he said he would on the game feature? He ain't going conscious nothing. The moment he took this to court, he said, fuck your hip-hop credibility. I'm fighting for my life. He is fighting for his life right now. The moment he took this to court, he said, forget your little rap shit. I'm suing. He's done. He is done with all of y'all at the same time. It's like, you ever see White Man Can't Jump? I remember when Wesley Snipes was busting it. He was killing him. And he said, okay, I'm gonna shoot this motherfucker up. Except he didn't shoot it up. He sued it up.
Somebody gonna have to tell the truth, and I'm gonna tell it.
He didn't shoot it up. He sued it up. I'm finna shoot this. I'm finna sue this. He's like if this is a movie, you got one person that say, I'm gonna shoot this motherfucker up. He's the one that said, when I'm done with you, you're never gonna work in this town ever again. And nobody's ever going to be able to rap battle ever again. Well, I can do that. Of course I'm recording. I'm recording you. I see you and you see me. Who cares? Go ahead and call the police. That's exactly what happened. And you know damn well that's what happened. I don't care what kind of bias you got. You know exactly what happened. You should be embarrassed to stand on the side of that. This is not what happened to the game I love. I don't know, man. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank y'all so much. One more time for the audience in here.
Somebody gonna have to tell the truth.
Shout out to y'all that never hog-tie nobody. That's all that matters. Y'all enjoy your Friday. Enjoy this. I don't know when I'm getting to these timestamps, but damn it, I get to when I get to it, okay? Peace out. Stay productive, stay safe. Much love, DIYers.
DIY.
DIYers, if you enjoyed this content, make sure that you hit the like button and maybe even consider subscribing. Come on, man. Stop being greedy. Peace.